one of us said, why do I see no Chinese food restaurants here? Well, because it's just called food in China. Because it's there, you know it's there. Why do people say Black Lives Matter? Why does it become a rallying cry? Because they feel Black lives don't. They have to say it over and over again, convince themselves, and maybe they'll convince others. We matter. That's why she said they were there. It had nothing to do with gang activity. It had nothing to do with being an armed militia. It had everything to do with saying we matter. See us, feel us, understand us, if you will. And that's why they were there. She told you that every day. It was a group of 10 or 20 of us every day, but then every other day, hundreds or so people may come by and take pictures and tag themselves. It had zero to do with gangs and everything to do with community. Did you hear the video they played of the bus? And man went to that bus and said, wait a minute, they're for the community. Let them through, they're for the community. Because that's what it was about. It was about community. It was about, damn it, our lives matter. See us, feel us. And perhaps, if you will, try to understand us. That's why they were there. And to call that an armed militia. To diminish that to gang taking over that barricade. No, Miss Alloway told you she was there too with her AR because our government abandoned them. Our government failed them. Our government said, nah, dog, y'all good over there. In fact, even after the shooting of that beautiful little girl, even after, they didn't come. They went to a staging area a half mile away. The man with the lies dangling from his tongue told you that it was about 12:30 or 1 o'clock before he got there. Well, it happened at 9:45. But the city abandoned them. 9:45, and they got there 1 o'clock or so. They went to a staging area. But even worse, at some time prior to 9:40 is when the McCords say they went there. And we know the McCords went there. We know the McCords called the police. They called the police. And the police, they work a half mile away. Query me this. Had y'all gone there when she called? Had they gone there when the McCords called? Had your police responded when the McCords called? No, it's a failure on so many levels. You know, we watched that video, and I believe we played all of it. It's 10 minutes from 9:40 to 9:50 on University Avenue from camera 2, and we're going to show it again. When I asked that first officer, when I said the mood was festive, wasn't it? Or they may have asked it, and he's like, with disdain, I didn't find anything festive about it. There were kids doing cartwheel. I didn't see anybody doing cartwheels. There are people cooking out. Well, you can call it that if you want. The disdain in his voice for the people left abandoned. I have to give Detective Shepard credit for one thing. For a bit of humor, when Ms. Broderick asked, weren't there kids there? His response was, I didn't see any kids. I call that a small adult. Huh? Well, when you watch the video, you'll see that small adult doing cartwheels and backflips, because small adults love cartwheels and backflips, clearly. But he couldn't even admit that. He couldn't even admit that. But they talk about this was gang activity. I don't have a lot to offer you. I don't have a lot to offer you. The one thing that means everything to me when I stand before you humbly, to the extent I can be humble. But when I stand before you humbly, the one thing I offer you, the one thing, and that's credibility. Because that's the kind of thing that when you lose it, I don't think you get it back. And I don't know that you deserve to get it back. And I want to maintain my credibility. I don't want to say anything to you that's not true. And I hope I don't by mistake somehow. But credibility is everything to me. And when that man looked at that video and saw cartwheels and said, I didn't see adults, I didn't see children, I saw small adults. Come on. Come on. As he sat there with that smug look on his face. But now is the time I would love to be able to walk over here and look at Julian and look at his family. I would love to be able to say, Julian was not in the gang. He was just a capper. He was just a pretty noob. That's all he was. He was just a capper. But I can't. Not credibly. I am not going to do there were no children, there were small adults thing for you. You deserve better. He deserves better. Deserve better. Julian was in a gang. Julian was a dumb 19-year-old kid from the suburbs with law enforcement parents and decided that he wanted to be a pirate. Julian was a dumb 19-year-old who decided he wanted to be a rapper dog. I don't know if kids say dog anymore. He wants to put on the grill and grab the mic and rap about niggas and bitches and all that stuff because he's a dumb 19-year-old. A dumb 19-year-old say they say was a leader of the pack. They say when he went to that bus with that older dark-skinned black guy who was saying, y'all in the community, y'all going through. They say, oh, that's Julian's leading that. Julian is leading that. See, that's just. I am not going to lose my credibility for the sake of any case. But when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, and you can't bother waiting for 10 days, the things like truth and credibility are out the window. But they call that a gang because when this happened, July 4th of 2020, 5 years ago, and whoever was up with the charges, and they went our district attorney's office. A year or so later, they said, it looks good. It looks good. It looks really good. But you need to add something. Can you take this and see if you can find a gang angle to it? And then it was turned over to Homeland Security and whoever to look for a gang angle. To look for a gang angle, to search for a gang angle. Let's check his Instagram. Let's see what Instagram says. And Instagram said a lot. Instagram said he was a dumb 19-year-old looking to be cool, joining the game and trying to be a rapper. But as the saying goes, when your only tool is a hammer, every problem is I know y'all said it to yourselves, nail. When your only tool is a hammer, every problem becomes a nail. They decided that the police should look for a gang angle a year or so later. And Coleman, Special Agent, Homeland Security, whatever, his title is not as nice as Detective Shepard's. He said that I looked at that video and I saw he had a leadership position again because that dumb 19-year-old went to a bus with an older guy as the older guy said, no, come on through, you're for the community. But that somehow became him. Let's watch that video. We're gonna try it again, maybe. I don't know if you could hear the part about, you hear from the community. Let's play it again. Let's play it again for the cheap seats in the back.
There's any microphones on over there that's causing the echo.
So, in that video, you have the 19-year-old and the older guy walking to the bus. The 19-year-old was somewhat a few paces behind the older guy, and the older guy is saying, "You're for the community. Let's let it through." And you have the younger 19-year-old guy standing back there, didn't exercise any veto power, or say, hell yeah, let's let him through. That's what I said first. No. Just a young 19-year-old following the crowd in that case, except in this case, he was following it for what he believed to be a noble purpose. Let's talk a little bit about the testimony. Words like Black Lives Matter, or at least they should. I don't know if you remember, again, way back when I stood before you and I did what's called an opening statement. And I never know quite what the evidence will show. I try to guess what the evidence will show, and I cross my fingers and I hope to get it right. But when I stood before you a year ago when I did it, I was terrified. My voice was cracking. I think I misspoke a few times. And what I said was something about when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, it invariably, something I said. And I said that, but when the mom, and the man behind the wheel all agree, or at least they did. I said that because I didn't know what they would say when they testified. And I didn't want to say that they agreed that he didn't do it, but I knew I would say they agreed because of what they said then. But when they testified, I was expecting them, one of them, any of them, all of them. They could have stood up and said it in unison. I was expecting for them to say, do you see the man, one of the men who fired those shots at night in his courtroom today? Do you see him? And I was expecting them to stand up because I didn't know, yeah, that's him. But they didn't ask that question. They did not ask that question. And there can only be two reasons why they didn't ask it. Either because they didn't know what the answer would be, or because they knew exactly what the answer would be. And then, when Omar sat there, I was waiting for them to ask him. Omar's a wild card. Do you see that person or those persons in that picture you photographed, or the people who shot at you? Do you see that person in this courtroom? I was expecting him to say, yeah, dog, I see that. I see him right there. But no, they didn't ask. And they didn't ask, and there can only be two reasons. Either one, they didn't know what he would say, or number two, they knew exactly what he would say. But they didn't ask. They did not ask. Yet, when young lady Jasmine from Cobb County, who loved sitting there, I think she gave you all a peace sign when she walked out, loved sitting there. When she testified about the gender reveal color thing that somebody threw under the car, they had no hesitation. They asked her, do you see that person in this court right now? She stood up and said, yeah, that's her right there. And when Shepard sat there, we knew what he was going to say. They asked him, do you see the person? Oh, yeah, that's him right there. Red shirt, distinctive lettering, light colored jeans, satchel, AR dangling. He is the only person I've ever seen to look at a black and white video and say, that's him in a bright red shirt. They never asked that question. hope what I say doesn't come across as being cynical. I have a great deal of respect for Ms. Turner. As much as they wanted her to say she saw somebody in a red shirt, she never would say it. All she would say is black shirt, or at one point, white shirt, black jeans. She never would say red shirt. Never. Omar. And I can't help but sometimes come across as being a little bit mocking. A little bit. I can't help but have a bit of respect for him either, because he never once, as much as they wanted him to, he never once said red shirt. Never once said red shirt. Even when you look at the McCords, he never once said red shirt. They didn't even ask him, do you see the person or people? Never didn't ask him. They didn't even ask his wife, do you see the person? No, never asked. So you have to listen to what they ask, and sometimes listen more closely to what they don't, because they only have two reasons for not asking. Either they don't know or they do. But they didn't. So as the McCords drove off that night, made that turn into that package store, saw him pull out the car, pull over the car, and get out of the car with the gun in his right hand. Again, I don't know guns, but he said it's a 380, and my gun people say a 380 is a small gun. But you see him get out that car with that 380 in his right hand. And he said just as much from that stand. He had a gun in his hand when he got out. And I don't know if you listened to my questions or not. I forgive you if you don't. But my question to him was, in response to you pulling out that gun and getting out of that car with that gun, did you even know that those 3 or 4 or however many people pulled a gun on you in response thereto you having your gun? His response was, I didn't even know. I didn't even know. But when you look at that video, you'll see that he pulls that car over, he gets out with his gun, he says whatever he says, he turns around, then his wife, in her distinct red, gets out of the car, and she says something, and then they get back in the car, and then they drive off. And then after, you see young 19-year-old come over with his gun. He didn't even shoot at the people who had a gun in his hand, yelling at him. You see him come out, get out of this, walk over there, and does a little thing like this for a second, and turns around and walks away. And of course, never do anything about that. Hey, we're gone. You know, I really enjoyed learning a little bit more about Mr. Body. I have to say that, you know, I don't know if you all gather this throughout this process, but I'm going to speak for myself. We don't hate each other. In fact, I think they're good people, great lawyers, better than I can ever be, but great people. I really respect, well, most of them. I haven't gotten to know one of them, but just a good guy. But a trial is not about us. It's not about me. It's not about them. And to some extent, of course, it is about him. But it's also about us, the collective, all of us. The trial is about who we are and who we say we are. It's about what the judge is going to tell you. They have the burden of proof. He has nothing to prove, zero to prove. He doesn't have to say anything, do anything, show anything. All he has to do is sit there. Nothing to prove, and they have everything to prove. That is about who we are. So it's not about, well, he didn't do this, he didn't do that, I wish he'd have done this, but Emily ain't got it, because that's who we are, and that's what we say we value. So it's about him, yes, not about him, not about me, about us, about what we say, the values that we say we hold dear. It's about, the judge is going to tell you that if you have a grave suspicion that he did it, and only a grave suspicion that he did it, your duty is to find him not guilty, because a grave suspicion is insufficient. The judge is going to tell you that you can only convict if there is no reasonable alternative theory consistent with innocence. The judge is going to talk to you about reasonable doubt. And as Mr. Abadi said, you know, lawyers, we screw things up. I don't know if he said that, but I think he meant that. We screw things up with words. We take words that should be simple and we butcher them. We mess them up somehow. A couple weeks ago, I was in a trial in Clifton, Georgia. And the judge did something I've never seen a judge do. At the start of the trial, Judge Reinhardt, he said, call him Bill. He read the Pledge of Allegiance. And I'm thinking, oh, what? In the courtroom? You know, a little separation of this? Details. And I'm going to be, again, as Mr. Body was frank with you about, I'm going to be a little bit frank with me. I, rightly or wrongly, I've never considered myself a patriot. I thought you sort of had to somehow earn it. I'm not like Ms. Broderick, a veteran of war. I didn't think I earned the right. But it took me to the last time I even heard the Pledge of Allegiance, and it was at my dad's funeral, when he was given the flag from his military service of having gotten on a boat and a plane and gone to Vietnam. And the minister, who was an officer of the military, talked about justice and what it means and what he fought for. And I was like, wow, I believe in justice. I believe in fighting for it. I think I am a patriot. I think I am. And I am. He talked about you don't have to love everybody or like everybody, but that doesn't matter. You don't have to like what everybody says, but that doesn't matter. We're all, as Mr. Body said, we're cloaked. We're cloaked in this thing that has to be more than a thing, an idea that has to be more than an idea. It has to be who we are. And this idea, it's not about your suspicion. It's not about, I believe he did it, I believe he didn't do it. It's about, did they prove it beyond reasonable doubt? And that's who we are. At least that's who we say we are. And as, you know, lawyers mess things up, the way I think of reasonable doubt, my wife and I were watching TV a few nights ago. I let her have the remote control this time, or as I like to call it, every time. And she does what she always does. She found her way to a documentary. And this documentary was on CNN. And it was something called How did it happen? Why did it happen? Something like that. And it told the story of this young girl. I think her name was Mary Kellerman, a 7-year-old girl in a suburb of Illinois, suburb of Chicago rather. 6 o'clock one morning, wasn't feeling well, it was time for school. And her dad did what a dad would do. I've been there. My wife's a flight attendant. I was always at home with my 2 daughters, trying to comb hair. I haven't gotten it right with myself. But the dad gave his daughter a pill. And shortly thereafter, he heard her collapse on the floor, dead. And a few miles down the road in that suburb of Chicago, you had the Janus family. 3 people were sick in the Janus family. 3 people took a pill. They all died. 4 people dead near this little suburb of Chicago when someone figured out the Tylenol was killing them. I know Tylenol is in the news now, but we're not talking about that. Tylenol killed them. All in all, 7 people near Chicago died because someone, before the age of childproof locks and all this other stuff, someone had poisoned the Tylenol. 7 people died. And what did Tylenol do? Tylenol removed every bottle of Tylenol off every store shelf in Chicago, in Illinois, in Atlanta, in Idaho, in California. Every Tylenol in the country was pulled off the shelf. Not because the makers of Tylenol believed their product was deadly. They did not believe it was deadly, but they had a reasonable doubt. And that's what reasonable doubt is. It's not about math. It's not a 1 out of 2 chance, a 1 out of 10 chance, a 1 out of a million chance. The numbers don't matter. That ain't about math. It is about reasoning. And Tylenol deemed the threat too severe. The threat too severe. The threat too reasonable. And they pulled it off every shelf. That is a reasonable doubt. Or another way to judge reasonable doubt, when the man with the blue suit and the gray shirt and the blue yellow tie with lies and half-truths and conflation and exaggeration says anything, that too is reasonable doubt. Let's watch videos. I want you to get a feel as best you can of what the night was like. Is anything happening anywhere? Oh,
Salute everybody in the building. Closing arguments. Superior attorney. Julian Conley on trial. Unaliving 8-year-old superior attorney riding in the back seat of her mother's vehicle, which was shot up while it was riding through an autonomous zone. This is her story, and this is her trial. Double tap that screen. That's how you get us out the algorithm. Salute. Can you hear me? Let me know in the chat if you can hear me.
You see that small adult doing cartwheels? Small adults love that. Backflip too.
Chat, can you hear me? Okay, cool. Clear? Let me know. So what we looking at is the barricade that this is 2020 Atlanta, y'all. After they burned down the Wendy's, it's like a month later after they burned down the Wendy's. Men in all black, it seems to be set up a barricade in the middle of the streets, and they were not allowing anybody to drive through it. This was an autonomous zone at that time. And we'll be watching this footage of Omar driving through. And as you're going to see, he actually goes around the barricade until the curb almost hits the person. And then as that's happening in this video, you're going to see muzzle flash and people uh, holding something. It's hard to tell what it is, but that's what we're watching right now. You can see cars being turned around. If you just coming in, do me a favor, double tap the screen. That's how you get us out there in the algorithm. I want to wake this case up. The case of Sercoriea Turner, man. As you can see in this footage, people are trying to come, but they're being turned around now. Right, this is the car. You see how he goes around the barricade? Boom. It was that quick. That quick. He actually went around the barricade. Now, maybe he was wrong for making that decision, but an innocent 8-year-old child lost their life at the same time. He does have a co-defendant who took an Alfred plea, but this case is about Julian Conley. This is his closing arguments, and he has a jury that has to make a decision. Double tap that screen, share out the live. Thank you. An even clearer view of the barricade. Let's get it. If you're just coming in, this is Atlanta, Georgia. They had barricaded the streets, wasn't letting anybody pass through. This is the image. They got them jammed up. Notice how the screen showed a lot. Don't worry, if you just coming in, you ain't missed nothing yet. Today is the closing arguments. Pretty sure they're gonna have today and tomorrow to come up with the verdict. Uh, again, 8-year-old Sercoriea Turner killed the drive-by shooter. A lot of people was out there with guns. They was in the economy zone. We got a lot of stuff to break down. As the coverage continue, I will continue to cover it. And I got a lineup for you. I got everything that you need to know to put you up to the story. So make sure you subscribe to the channel and stay tuned. Because after they do what they do, I'm going to be playing the testimony. But what you look down the screen is the autonomous zone. And in 2020, when they shut down the streets of Atlanta, and no police was coming in or out, they wasn't even allowing people to drive through. You had to get permission for armed men to drive through the zone. Right after they burned down the windows. And we will get into the Rayshard Brooks content as well. So stay tuned to everything that's going to be going on. Appreciate you. Say I'm coming in choppy. Let me know. Can you hear me or am I coming in choppy? Hopefully that helped a bit. So as you can see, cars are being turned around. Cars are being turned around. This is the closing arguments. Barricades, armed man turning people around in their vehicles. Imagine being turned around, trying to run. Well, first off, the 4th of July, but this was already going on. But imagine being turned around on your 4th of July holiday by armed people. Now, we're going to see some witness testimony. I don't know if you can hear me real quick before I even give you the rest. Somebody tap that with me. Let me know in the comments. Can you hear the sound of my voice? Oh, man. Is that better? Is that better? Can you hear me? There you go again, driving around. So other people definitely was driving through, y'all. It's looking like we seeing more people drive through. Everybody through. They drove. Let me know. Can y'all hear me right now? Can you hear my voice? They hit the U-turn. So it looks as though people was fucking that night. But what made that? Oh, somebody came through full speed.
Now, I'm going to finish like I started.
Close the arguments. Let's get it.
I guess had I gone to a Wake Forest game and watched Mr. Body's brother in their black and gold, perhaps I would have stood out in my red. But I
Chat.
didn't.
Let me know. Can you hear me?
Or perhaps had I been on that University Avenue that night, I would have stood out.
Chat.
Or perhaps if Julian had been in that red and white actually doing something, he would have stood out. But he didn't. I hope you got a good look at the video at both of them. I hope you saw community. I hope you saw kids, small adults doing cartwheels. I hope you saw that guy walking his dog. I hope you saw the grills and the smoke. I hope you saw families. They were there for community. They were there to uplift their community. They were there to love their community. And because they're abandoned by the city whose job it is to serve and protect, the city left them unserved and unprotected. They were there to serve and protect their community. You heard Ms. Salloway. Every day they were providing food for people. They got in the bathroom. They were going to get 2 showers that day. Salloway planted a garden. They were there for community. There was no meeting of the minds to take over. This is blood territory here. The only gang Ms. Salloway was in was a gang that loved her community. That's all they were there for. There was no meeting of the minds. There was no, let's block this street. Let's show our dominance. Let's show our conscious and deliberate and intentional. Let's show dominance. They never showed even who put the barricade there. Because they abandoned that area. Yet they come in here throwing words around like gang and armed militia. And all they have is shepherd. Shepherd is their shepherd. He told Agent Coleman what he wanted to tell Agent Coleman. He showed Agent Coleman what he wanted to show Agent Coleman. He put circles around that video so that you will look where he wants you to look. We don't even see the whole McCord interaction if it happened 2 minutes before this. We don't see that. So clearly there's a blind spot in his video. Clearly there's a blind spot in his heart. When I think more about that second video you saw at the last barricade, and you saw that car go by, and you saw the person kneeling or squatting, and you saw him creep behind the barricade. Shepard had an answer for that. Oh, he was ducking for cover from Julian Conley's fire. Is that what it looked like to you? Really? Really? Is that what it looked like to you? Well, I have news for you. That's not even what it looked like to him. But when you rush to justice by rushing to Julian, you don't really care about truth. rules work. I don't like these rules. I have to sit down. I don't like that. I'm scared. I'm scared like I was last Wednesday. I'm scared now because once I sit down, no matter how much I want to, and I'm sitting right next to Julian, no matter how much I want to, and no matter how much he wants me to, in his family, they want me to, I won't be able to get up again and say another word to you. They will, and that's why you see them typing furiously away, because they're typing real time or response to everything I say. You didn't say that right, you didn't say that right. Oh, I got you on this one, I got you. Aha. The rules don't allow me to do that. The rules don't allow me to answer their questions or question their answers. The rules tell me I have to sit quietly because they get the last word. Except they don't. You do. You do. You get the last word. You get to tell them. You don't get to rush to justice by rushing to Julian. You get to tell them when the mom and the man behind the wheel all agree. So should you. You get to tell them that. You get to tell them that that girl's life is worth more than an 8-day investigation. You get to do that. You get to tell them, you see those pictures he gave you with those two people circled? How come you didn't look for those people? How come you didn't look for those people? How come you didn't do a bulletin with those people on it? You get to tell them that we live in a day and age where you can cheat on your wife at a Coldplay concert on Friday, and by Saturday morning, the world knows your name and her name. You get to tell them to do more. You get to tell them that girl's life was more than 8 days. You get to tell them that her life was worth more. You get to tell them with the t-shirts and the placards and all say, Black Lives Matter, her life should matter. You get to tell them that. You get to tell the city of Atlanta, you don't get to wash your hands of a community. So just as my dad got on that plane and that boat and went to Vietnam to fight for the thing that we call justice, for the thing that we say we believe in, and I know we do. You don't have to get in that plane or that boat and go to some foreign land and step foot on some foreign soil. Sometimes you get to get a jury summons. Sometimes you get to read that jury summons and say, oh, hell. But sometimes despite saying, oh, hell, another one, you come here and you sit through 2 days of questioning and thinking of, what do I say to get out of this? But sometimes you end up sitting in that seat where you're sitting right now because you get to apply your common sense and your reason and your life experiences. Without going to Vietnam, just by getting in that car and coming here and getting on that shuttle and walking into this building and sitting in those seats. Some of you are already, but you're all veterans now. You all get to fight for justice. You all get to tell them the child's life matters. You all get to tell them it should have been more than 9 days. You all get to tell them you don't get to rush to justice by walking or rushing to Julian. You now get to tell them that by finding Julian Conley not guilty of all
Before the next argument, which can last a little over an hour, do you need to take a break? About 15 minutes? 15? 10? Okay, 10 minutes, guys.
All right, for the jury.
Okay. 10.
And again, this is not something you'd experienced before, is that correct?
No, sir.
That night, as you drove through those barricades, did you drive around the barricade and onto the grass? Or did you drive past the cones, if you recall?
I drove straight through the barricade.
Stay straight through the barricade. I guess I envision a barricade as being some sort of an example, physical blockade. Was there a physical blockade that you recall?
What is that, sir?
Something blocking you? Was there like a structure, something physical, something that more than just people? Or just cones?
It was cone.
And only cones, correct?
Correct.
And you just drove through those cones, that's your recollection?
Yes, sir.
And as you drove through those cones, you heard someone say something like, and I apologize for my language, something along the lines of fuck nigger, fuck shit, or fuck something, right?
Correct.
And when you heard that, you drove through those cones, and did you approach the second set of cones as well?
No.
So you drove through those cones, and there were no more cones, correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you drove through those cones, you went a few hundred yards, and I'm not a math person, but you went a few yards away, and then that's where you stopped. And you got out of the car and called 911, correct?
Correct.
And you were out there for 3 or 4 minutes, and you couldn't get through.
Yes, sir.
And then after that, you got back in the car, and you turned around, and then you drove back through those very cones, correct?
No, sir. It wasn't no cone. Once I turned around and proceeded to the right-hand side of the road was clear. It was the only cone on the left-hand side of the package store.
So I'm sorry. So if there were cones on the left-hand side of the package store, those are the ones you drove over, correct?
Correct.
And to be clear, they cover the entire.
No, sir. It was covered for 2 lanes.
2 lanes.
Mm-hmm.
And you had been in that neighborhood prior to then, correct? Before then, right?
Yes.
And you had seen people out before then, right?
No, sir.
Never before then.
No.
But that night, you saw a lot of people out there with guns, right?
Correct.
A lot of people out there with long guns, right?
Correct.
But when you drove through the cones, I think you said you only saw maybe how many with guns right there at the cones?
It was 4 people in the middle, sir. And it was many people with guns out there that night.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. And being that it was traumatic that night, and it's still traumatic, and I certainly appreciate your pain, but you also talked with, as you testified to, Detective Shepard the next day or so, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And you met him, I believe, was it at your apartment complex? It was at some apartments, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you met him, you told him you saw the people who shot. Didn't you tell him that?
Correct.
And you told him you saw the people who shot and they were wearing black, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told him one was tall and you remember that person's beard. Isn't that correct?
Say it again.
You told him one was tall with a beard, didn't you?
Yes.
And you told him the other one was short with dreadlocks, correct?
Correct.
But that you knew and you saw those two people with your own eyes, correct?
Yes, sir.
Both wearing black, correct?
Yes.
Dressed like, your words again, dressed like bounty hunters, correct?
Yes, sir.
In fact, you had a picture to show him, didn't you?
Yes, sir.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
I'm showing you for identification only for now purposes what is being marked, or has been marked as defendant's exhibit 1. Do you know what that picture is, sir?
Yes.
Is it the picture that you provided to Detective Shepard?
Yes, sir.
Is it a fair and accurate picture, copy of that picture you provided to Detective Shepard?
Yes, sir.
We have got to the point where literally anybody can
Charmaine Turner, Charmaine, last name Turner, Turner. Good afternoon. I'm 34. All my life. Yes, I do. At the time, I had 3. Yes, ma'am. I had Terry. 12. Amir, he was 10. And Sercoriea, she was 8. Yes, ma'am. 260 Fulton Street. Like 4 years. Me and my 3 kids. I do. We dated. Like 2 years. Yeah, like 2 years.
And I'm gonna draw your attention to July 4th, 2020. On the 4th of July, were y'all celebrating the 4th of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Tell me about that morning and what you guys did that day.
That morning we got up. I braided her hair. And we got dressed.
When you say her, who are you talking about?
That morning we got up. I braided Sercoriea hair. Then I got my kids dressed, everybody dressed. And then Omar came over.
And did y'all stay at your home or did you go somewhere else?
That morning,
That morning.
my home.
About how long did y'all stay at your house?
I believe we left around 11, 12-ish.
When you guys left, where were you going?
When we left, we stopped at the nail shop. Me and Sercoriea got out and got our nails and stuff done. And then Omar.
When y'all left your house, did y'all leave in a car?
Yes,
Whose car did you leave in?
mine, my Jeep,
What type of Jeep was that?
a green Jeep, 4-door.
How long did you have that Jeep?
Maybe like 2 years.
And you said you guys were leaving and you and Sercoriea went to go get your nails done.
Yes,
Who was in the car with you when you left to go get your nails done?
Omar, Amir, my youngest son, Sercoriea, and myself.
And who was driving the vehicle when y'all left to go get your nails done?
Omar.
And do you remember where y'all went to go get your nails done at?
At Get Nails on Ref David at Apney.
Is that a regular nail place that you would go with Sercoriea?
Yes.
What was Omar and your son doing while you and Sercoriea were getting your nails done?
I think they sit outside and I believe they came in and sit down. But they was like back and forth.
About how long did y'all stay at the nail shop?
Probably an hour and a half.
Did Sercoriea enjoy getting her nails done?
Yes.
How often did y'all do that together?
I mean, with it being my only daughter, I try to take her every time I went. So probably like twice a month.
About how long were you guys at the nail shop?
Like an hour and a half.
What happened once y'all were done getting your nails done?
We left. We ended up going to my mom's house
Where did your mom live at that time?
on Morris Street.
This week.
Nieces. I got a lot of nieces, so no, she went and played with her cousins. And my son, he went and also played with them as well.
What else did y'all do while you were at your mom's house? The kids are playing with their presence, what else was going on? Y'all barbecuing,
Yes, we was barbecuing.
celebrating the 4th of July?
Yes, ma'am.
Was that a normal thing for y'all to do on the 4th of July?
Yes, ma'am.
About how long were you at your mom's house?
I stayed there the whole day until I got time. I got my youngest son, Amir. I always try to split. I always try to give their dad half for the day. So I was asking them, was they ready to go with him? And they was like, not yet. But then I'm like, it's getting late. And he had told me that they was getting ready to pop the fireworks and stuff, and they need to come on. So
When you say he, who are you talking about? Who was the
Sercoriea.
And what about your son Terry? Was he at your mom's house with y'all?
No, he was with his grandmother and his dad.
Was Sercoriea supposed to go also? Let me ask you, who's Sercoria's father?
Sercoriea.
So Sercoriea is the father of Amir and Sercoriea.
Yes.
And you were saying you like to let your kids spend half the holidays with their dad.
Yes.
And so were both of your kids going to their dad?
Yes.
And about what time did you leave your mom to take them over to their dad to do fireworks?
Like 9:30, 9:30-ish. 9:30, 9:45.
And which way did you head when you left your mom's house?
We went down Donnelly Hollowell because Sercoria's mom stayed. If you go down Donnelly Hollowell, you can turn up Fulton Industrial Way. And she stayed off Fulton Industrial.
When you left your mom's house, who all left with you and how did y'all leave?
We drove my Jeep, me, Sercoriea, Amir, and Omar.
Who was driving at that time?
Omar.
And do you make it to Sercoria's house?
Yes.
And what happens once y'all get there?
We got there and Amir got out. They was in the process of popping had already started popping fireworks. And Amir got out, and then Sercoriea got out, but then I believe she said she ended up saying she wasn't staying. And so she got back in the car with me, and she told me that she wanted to go with my brother because my brother has 4 girls.
Who at Sercoria's house, were there any girls there for her to play with?
Yes.
But she wanted to go over to your brother's house instead?
Yes.
Where did your brother live?
Off McDaniel Street.
And were you going to take Sercoriea over to McDaniel Street to hang out with her cousin over there?
No, because they wasn't home. They wasn't at home. His kid's mother, she went to her mother's house, so they was out in Griffin area, like up in Griffin. And I called him, and he told me they was out in Griffin, and that he'll meet me on his way back to his house.
What did you do at that point?
Omar, he stopped by a friend's house they was outside popping fireworks. So we got out, watched the fireworks, Sercoriea recording herself. I was recording her, and we just was watching the fireworks.
About how long were y'all at that friend's house?
Maybe 15 minutes, if that.
At some point, did y'all leave from over there, headed somewhere else?
Yes, ma'am.
Where were y'all headed at that time?
Home.
And which direction did y'all go to go home?
I believe it was 20 East. Got on 20 East.
Did y'all make any stops on your way home?
Yes. Omar wanted to stop at the liquor store. And so it's a store right across from where I live at. And we went by there. They was closed. And then he ended up getting back in the car, and we rode to the package store on University.
Had you been over in that, University and Pryor Street area before?
several times.
When had been the last time that you've been over there before the 4th of July?
I mean, I didn't go over there at all because I had been seeing what was going on.
What had you been seeing that was going on over there?
I had been hearing on the radio and watching the news a little bit and seen it, and also on social media, like how chaotic it was over there.
When you said the liquor store over by your house was closed, was that the next closest liquor store to your house?
That I know of.
And if you could look at the screen in front of you, is that the area that you were just talking about?
For purposes of the record, what exhibit number is that?
30.
30, okay. 30A, okay.
Is that a map of that area?
Yes,
And is that the liquor store on your left-hand side, the All-American Package Store?
that's the second stop.
That was the second stop, you said?
Yes,
Where did you go? Oh, you stopped at the other liquor store first, and then y'all came to that here.
yes.
Can you tell us about what happened when you got over to University of Pryor? Let me ask you this, who was driving the car at that time?
Omar,
Where were you at that car?
passenger front seat.
Where was Sercoriea sitting?
She was sitting behind Omar.
So back driver's, the driver's passenger side?
Yes.
What happened as y'all, headed towards the liquor store?
We headed towards the liquor store, and he was getting ready to make a turn, but I was like, I mean, he slowed up, like coming to a stop, and I was like, oh, they closed.
Why did you think the store was closed?
Because it looked it like it was closed.
Then what happened?
And then he continued down the road, and
How far down the road did y'all get?
not that far.
What were you doing as y'all were driving, down the road?
I was looking up, but I was also looking at my phone, so it was like, yeah, I was looking up, then I was looking at my phone. I put my phone down, and I'm paying attention to it.
What was Sercoriea doing?
She was in the back seat on her phone.
You said you were looking up and looking down. At some point, did you see anything unusual when you looked up?
Yes, I looked up, and as soon as I looked up, I heard a loud, I thought it was somebody saying, hey, or something. And then I just heard gunshots after that.
How many gunshots did you hear?
A lot.
Could you see who was shooting?
When I looked up, I seen someone standing in the street by the yellow line. And then like on the sidewalk, it was a man in black. And then it was also a gentleman with a white shirt on, the black face mask. They was like on the sidewalk.
I want to slow you down. So, have y'all passed the liquor store at that point?
Yes.
And you hear someone say, hey, could you make out what they were saying?
No, I thought it was like, as if somebody trying to get your attention.
Were your windows up or down?
Up.
I think you said you saw someone standing on the yellow line.
Yes.
What did that person look like that you can recall? Do you remember anything about that person at all?
I mean, I just noticed the everybody was a different complexion.
Do you recall what complexion the person on the yellow line was?
Yes, he was light skinned.
Do you remember anything about his clothing?
No.
And on that screen in front of you, show me where you saw that person standing on the yellow line. And then you said you saw two more individuals on the sidewalk.
Yes.
Let's talk about the first person that you saw on the sidewalk. Do you recall anything about what they looked like or what type of clothing they had on?
Yes, it was a gentleman. He had I believe, all black, and he was kind of tall. And it was another man. He was a little shorter than the man that was in all black, and he had a white shirt and face. Yeah, on a white shirt and a face mask, a black face mask.
Did any of those individuals, could you see whether or not they had guns on them?
Yes.
Let's talk about the man on, first off, the two that you saw standing on the sidewalk, if you could touch the screen again and kind of mark where you saw those people standing. So they were on the left-hand side of your car,
Yes, ma'am.
kind of in front of the Wendy's that's on the left.
Yes.
And I just want to indicate for the record, the man on the yellow line was on the left-hand side of the car.
Yes, ma'am.
Was that the driver's side of your car?
Yes, ma'am.
And both the men that you saw on the sidewalk, were they both on that left-hand side of the sidewalk near the Wendy's?
Yes.
And I was asking, did you see anybody with guns?
Yes.
Who did you see with guns?
All three.
Besides those three people, did you see anybody else out there with guns?
No, I wasn't really. No, that wasn't my focus. I was more so was coming to stop at the store, not coming to see who was all out there or anything.
I'm sorry, I can't hear, so I think that probably means they can't either.
I don't recall seeing anyone else with a gun because my main focus was we was coming to stop at the store, not to see who was all standing out and around.
Do you recall seeing any barricades or cones in the road as y'all passed the liquor store once you realized that it was closed? Or thought that it was closed?
I believe it was a cone, like, I don't know if it was in the street or like near the yellow line, like, but then it was like barricades like further down.
And if you can, on six 30A, kind of mark where you saw the cone and the barricade.
Cones was like right up in here.
And what about the barricade?
They were further down.
What happened as y'all get up to where that cones and barricades are? Is that where you heard someone yell out A?
No, they yelled A just as soon as the car was riding past them.
Did you see anyone approach your car at all?
No.
Did you hear anything?
Yes, I heard a loud, like as if somebody was trying to stop us or get our attention. They was like, hey, like, but it wasn't clear of, I was thinking it was A because we also had the radio on and just driving.
How shortly after you heard someone yell out A, did you hear gunshots?
Immediately after.
And was it one gunshot, two, three, how many did you hear?
I heard one And then immediately after that one, I just started hearing it in my car.
What side of your car, did you feel the hits in your car? The gunshots? Did you feel something hitting your car as you drove past?
Yes.
And what you said you heard the gunshots, what was pow, pow, or was it like pow, 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 like were they rapid or was
It was like pow, then do. I like hear it in my car.
What happened at that point once you start feeling the gunshots hitting your car?
That's when Sercoriea was trying to get out her she was in the seatbelt behind Omar, behind the driver's seat. She was trying to get out. I was trying to get her out. We both was trying to get out the seatbelt, and we ended up getting it unclamped. But she had it on, like, I don't know how she had it around her to where, like, she couldn't get out of it. So we just unbuckled it, and then she was able to slide over, like slide down.
So when you said first of all, you said we were trying to get her out of the seatbelt. Who was trying to get out of the seatbelt?
Me and Sercoriea was trying to get the seatbelt unclamped while all that was, the shooting and all that was going on.
Did you have to turn around to try to unbuckle her?
Yes, ma'am.
And you said at some point you were able to unbuckle her.
Yes.
And
But she was still in the seatbelt. Like once we unbuckled it, it didn't just come off of her. I think she had it on wrong because at first she didn't have a seatbelt on. I said, put your seatbelt on. And she was sitting like with her knees like on the seat, like sitting on her knees like.
She was sitting on the seat on her knees?
Yes.
So she didn't have her feet down on the floor while she was in the back seat?
Yes, she was sitting on her knees, and then I told her to put her seatbelt on. And so I'm guessing she might have, you know how you can slide through it instead of just pulling it over? So that's how she was. It's like even when we unbuckled it, it still was around her, like the top part.
Top out of her body?
Yes.
Were y'all moving around as you're trying to get her out of the seatbelt and she's trying to get out of the seatbelt?
Yes.
Do you remember if you were saying anything to her?
I was just trying to unbuckle the seatbelt, and Sercoriea, like, solid. She had weight on her. She was my biggest child at the time. And I'm trying to unbuckle her seatbelt. She trying to move down so where I can grab her, and I grabbed her. And it's like, as soon as I grabbed her, she was like, Mom. And then that's when I started feeling her, like, trying to see, like, what was wrong because she only said, Mom. And then I felt her, like, started feeling on her body and stuff. And this.
Did she say anything else after she said Mom?
No.
At that point, are you still in the front passenger seat?
No, I'm through the middle of the car. Like most of my body in the back seat, but my probably knees and feet and stuff was still in the front.
Or is someone still shooting at your car?
Yes.
At some point you said she falls into you?
Yes. I'm trying to grab her, and like as soon as I'm grabbing her, like I'm trying to grab her, she trying to get up, the seatbelt was stuck. And then I'm trying to grab her, and she was trying to get up, like for me to pick her up, like, but I couldn't.
Was she too heavy for you to pick up?
Yes, she was silent.
After, at some point, are you able to get into the back seat?
Yes,
How did you get into the back seat of your car?
I climbed through the middle.
Where were y'all at that point once you were able to climb through the middle to get to the car?
When I noticed that she was shot, I was like through the middle the entire time. Then I told Omar to stop the car or pull over or something, like trying to get his attention, let him know my baby is shot.
Is Sercoriea saying anything to you at that point?
No, she just was looking.
All right, to the jury.
I'll be watching.
Jury, that's not important.
Mr. Regis is absolutely right. I am over there typing feverishly because at that table, we carry the responsibility and the burden of making sure that we bring you absolutely every piece of evidence to prove that this defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. And I take my responsibility serious because it's important. This matter is important. It's not a joke. It's serious because an 8-year-old little girl is dead. So I'm gonna apologize in advance if I repeat myself, if I go over stuff that Mr. Abadi may have gone over. I don't want to miss anything because I don't get a second chance to ensure that Sercoriea gets justice, the justice that she deserves, the justice that her family has been waiting on for 5 long years. Now, Mr. Rakes talked about failures. I'll tell you what the failures are. The failures are over there at that table. The failure to take responsibility for what the defendant has done. He wants to put the blame on everybody else except for where it should land, and that is on his shoulders, nobody else's. He talks about the police weren't there. Well, what they don't want you to know is the police weren't there because the police were the ones that were in danger. They were supposed to be out there protecting the community, loving the community. But in all actuality, they were terrorizing the community. The police were their target. So the police said, you know what? Let us back off. Let us give them their space to allow them to express themselves however they want to. But then it turned dangerous. And the police had no other choice but to come. So don't make them think it's the police fault that he decided to pick up an AR-15 and shoot and kill an 8-year-old little girl. It's not the police's fault. It's Julian Conley's fault. Omar rolled back through the barricades. Now he kind of glanced over there because it would look crazy to blame a man who was driving an 8-year-old child who was bleeding to death in the backseat of a car. So he want to glance over that. But Omar said, I didn't know what to do. But you know what's the closest highway to get to? You got to go back through there. Otherwise, you got to go all the way around to Hank Aaron to try to get back on the highway. He was trying to get Sercoriea to help as soon as he possibly could. Detective Shepard, and this is repeated, a rush to judgment, a rush to judgment. What did he tell you? I followed the evidence. I followed it, frame by frame, hour by hour, minute by minute. And you know where it led him? To Julian Conley. Now let's talk about when the defendant showed up 9 days later, because I want you to make sure that's the map. When Detective Shepard took out those warrants, that's because Julian Conley showed up and said, it's me in the red shirt, it's me in the light jeans, it's me with that AR dangling in between my legs. Because he already knew he was responsible. But did he take responsibility that day? Oh, absolutely not. So when you want to talk about 9 days and a delay and justice, it don't land with Detective Shepard. It lands with Julian Conley. Because he knew from day one. I'll give him day 2 when the news came out. Because he was too busy over at Edgewood on day 1. Lies and exaggerations. There's lies and exaggerations over here. But it don't come from the state. It don't come from the witnesses that the state brought to you. It comes from the defense witnesses. And we'll talk about that. He a dumb 19-year-old and he's in a gang. That ain't an excuse, ladies and gentlemen, to gun down a car and kill an 8-year-old girl. I have a 19-year-old son. It is unacceptable. He came from a family, law enforcement, so you know better, so you do better. He chose to do what he did. And therefore, he should hold and take responsibility for what he did. And not just try to say, oh, I'm 19.
I'm going to remind you that the state has the entire burden of proof. They've got to prove each and every element of each charge in the indictment beyond a reasonable doubt. There is no burden whatsoever on the defendant, and that burden never shifts to the defendant. Go ahead.
Being 19 is not an excuse to kill an 8-year-old girl. They talked about half-truths, lies, dangling off of Detective Shepard's tongue. Well, what they got up here and told you, Mr. Rakes, he got a difficult job. I had Mr. Rakes' job at one point. And I went to a training, and what the trainer told us in the criminal defense advocacy is, if the law is on your side, argue the law. If the facts is on your side, argue the facts. If the law and the facts are on your side, argue them both. If you don't have either, just argue. And I submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that's what Mr. Reagan said here today. He just stood up here and argued and said anything, because that's what he got to do. But he wants to tell you there's kids doing cartwheels. I want y'all to think back and remember the context in which Miss Broderick was showing those children. She was talking about who in the red shirt is shooting. Who in the red shirt got a gun when she pointed at those kids? That's what she was talking about. Don't let them give half-truths to make it seem like that we're glossing over that there were other kids out there. There absolutely were kids out there. Kids that were also in danger, and thank goodness they were not shot and killed too. They failed to mention that the kids had to duck down as those shots are ringing out. Because I hope y'all saw them running, scurrying, running behind cars and hiding. That's what this defendant's actions caused the children out there to do. And they only showed you a portion of that video. I hope y'all remember, because we played them over and over again, zooming in, zooming out. On that other side where that Williams tent was, gunshots firing all over the place, still in the middle of the road, even after the Jeep has passed by. At no point in time has the state argued that there was only one person out there shooting. It was multiple people out there shooting. This defendant just happened to be the one who got caught. The McCoys didn't see the gun. They don't have to see the gun. When you get that indictment back there, you will read it and it will say guns being pointed in the direction of them. It doesn't say they got to see it, they even got to know about it. But we do know they know about it because we're at the barricades, and unfortunately, that video was not done right before the time that they got up to it and went inside. But you know, and we've seen that car pull up to that barricade, is down in there for about 2 minutes before they pull out and pull back into the package store. So actually, they were victims of aggravated assault twice. Inside the barricade and in front of that liquor store. Party to the prom. They just went off. We gonna ignore that. We gonna act like it don't exist. We gonna fail to mention that. Because if they mention that, they gotta tell you that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Because what did Detective Shepard tell you? He didn't have to be shooting. He says he was out there, he was at the barricade, they're all acting in concert, they're all working together. Therefore, even if he did not fire that gun once, he would still be guilty of murder, felony murder, and all the other charges that he had. But what y'all know, because y'all have common sense, which they want y'all to check at the door, but I ask you, don't check it at the door. It's the defendant, his shots, that went into that car and killed Sercoriea. Now, we went back and forth, we pulled up chairs, we rolling back and forth, talking about the path and the trajectory. I ain't hear none of that today. They just failed to mention it, they just abandoned that because it don't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And camera 2, there's no zooming in of the shooting. We sat here for almost 10 minutes watching that video. At no point in time do they zoom in and say, you see where the muzzle shot's coming from? That's the man in all black, because they can't tell you that because you have common sense. You've seen this man walk around with his light jeans on and his red shirt, and you know that it's him behind that barricade, stepping out with that AR, pushed forward, pointing at that car, and he just starts to blast, like his rap song said. And then, just no remorse. Y'all heard that before this even happened, the defendant is out in Cobb County committing acts of violence, endangering people on the highway, throwing smoke bombs in the middle of the highway where a woman is driving with 3 children in the car with her. Thank goodness that she didn't wreck and get hurt or anybody else on that highway. Then you get to July 4th, still behaving as a gang member, walking around, terrorizing the community, day in and day out. Then after that, he head over to Edgewood, still with his AR-15. And 9 days later at that press conference, want to talk about lies. Lied. Over and over again. He's 25 now. He in the jail still, wiping his nose, throwing up the gang signs with people behind him with shanks. The age is not an excuse. So let's talk about the facts. And ladies and gentlemen, I do not at all look past the fact that there were people out there for the right reason. There were people out there wanting to use their voices to combat the injustices that they believe was going on in not only in the country, but right here in our city. And they had a right to do that. Ms. Salloway, by no means do I think that she is part of the gang that Mr. Conley belongs to. But see, what happens is that they were out there for good reasons, but these individuals, being Mr. Conley and his crew, came out there for the wrong reasons, and as a result of that, a child is dead. They want to blame it on the commissioners, they want to blame it on the police, they want to blame it on anybody. But the commissioner's not out there with no AR-15s. The police aren't out there with AR-15s. It's the defendant and his crew. And that gets overshadowed. Because I do think that Saturday, nobody's out there spending the night, overnight, taking showers, from going home, using the bathroom out there, dedicated to the cause and to the mission. And we are by no means saying that was anything wrong with it. What was wrong was the behavior that these defendants took, this defendant took, that does not go with this group. There are various different groups out there. You got the gangs out there, you got the protesters out there, and you just got the regular citizens that's just trying to live their life. They trying to get gas, they trying to get a couple of chips from out the store, but you got these folks not even allowing them to get to their homes. And we're gonna talk about that. They want to tell you it was festive, and it may have been festive. I didn't see that videos, but I don't call it a festival when folks walking around with AR-15s and handguns and following people and making them turn around. So maybe there was some bouncy houses, I don't know, but what I did see was barricades that were blocking off the street, did not allow people to get where they needed to go. There was upliftment and love for the community. That don't look like upliftment and love for me. If you can't get where you need to go, if somebody walks to your car and you're saying, I just want to get home, and you're met with a gun to your face, telling you get back in your car and turn around. They were serving and protecting their community. They killed a member of their community. That's not serving and protecting. They were out there for healing. Well, it ended up in harm. And kids playing, so they want to say, ended up in a little girl, Sercoriea, being killed. It was Independence Day, ladies and gentlemen. There was nothing independent about what was going on the corner of University and prior to that. Nothing at all. Those people they were like, I don't know, prisoners in their own community. You can't go here, you can't come up that way, you can't go down that way. Luckily, I don't know, the bus, hey, Mr. Bus Driver, we'll let you go. But there was nothing independent, there was nothing free about those moments and those days over there. And it's not fair to the people that were out there for the right reasons. And what are they gonna do? They gonna tell them folks to leave? They got a whole crew out there, ganged up, ready to go, because we see them every time Mr. Conley's moving, they moving with their guns pointed and ready to shoot. But we'll talk about that. And they're exercising power and control. Now they say Black Lives Matter. We're about police brutality. And ladies and gentlemen, the evidence is real clear. It wasn't the police that the community had to be worried about out there. It was the defendant and his gang members. And the most precious and innocent Black life was lost because of them. And Mr. Abadi kind of touched on this, what was the motive? And that goes all to the gang stuff. You gonna do what I say when I say do it. I told you to turn around, I told you you can't come through here, and when you don't do what I tell you to do, then I'm gonna let my gun just ring. And that's what he did. And we'll get to why I think he believed it was the McCords because of the time period. And I just told you, don't come through here. And you got the audacity and the nerve to turn around and come back through here? Oh, I'm about to show you. What did Charmaine say? She heard him say, hey, like that, stop. What did Omar say? FNs, as they're trying to just go home. Even their own witness says, she heard them as the car is pulling up. Hey, once again, trying to stop a citizen from going to and fro about their own business in a place where they have the right to do so. But until this defendant and his crew decides we're gonna block it off and we're not gonna let anybody do it, because they were illegal barricades. They had no right, they had no authority. Anybody had the authority and the right was Omar. He should have been able to drive through that street without having to go up on the curb, not being in fear for what's gonna happen to him and Charmaine and Sercoriea in that car. So let's talk about the evidence that proves this defendant's guilt. You're gonna get evidence, and you got evidence through witnesses, the physical evidence, scientific, and even the admissions and the words of the defendant himself. And we talked about Aiden Coleman, and Mr. Rakes has already said, hey, yeah, he was in a gang. He was 19, just excuse it. He didn't really mean it. But he's still doing it. He's still practicing and acting up with the gang. Miss Duffy, and we talked about that in Cobb County. Intimidating looks, his red bandana and mask. Remember she talked about the smoke bomb being pinkish or red. Loaded down with guns and ammo. What did Officer Brazanga tell you? I'm on duty and I have about 89 to 100 bullets. He walking around with over 1,000 rounds of ammunition. Because he ready. For whatever comes along, he gonna take out whoever he wants to. And Mr. Ravens got up here and said, oh, Jasmine Duffy got up here and she got up and said because the state's telling these people to do this. Oh, that's him. That is not what happened. She looked at the booking photo and said, yes, that is the man who looked me in my eyes and then threw a smoke bomb under my car while I had my baby and my nieces in the car with me, putting our lives in danger on that highway. And Howard Point bullets, the most lethal bullets there are. That's what he carrying in his book bag. And the AR-15, well, that belonged to his friend. One of his crew members, one of his gang members that just took responsibility because he was already getting ready to be arrested, so we can't let them take that AR-15. I would submit you that AR-15 that they got in March is that same AR-15 that he had out there in July. Mr. Reagan wants to tell you that, oh, he's not the leader because they weren't posting. What did Ms. Salloway tell you? We didn't have to post. There were no chats going on. We knew to be out there. We showed up, and day after day, we would just come. So he ain't got to post. He ain't sending out invitations like he inviting folks to a wedding. They all just showing up to run the streets. But he did post, go burn down Cobb County to get my property back. I need my guns and my ammo. He wearing his gang outfit all and through there, and we'll talk about that. He gets to decide who goes and comes in the barricades. I hope y'all, and I know y'all probably tired of looking at the video, but if y'all want to look at it, y'all get to look at it again. But there are times when you see that defendant with his red shirt on with his white letters, moving cones, moving barricades, swinging, hey, waving people through. He is in charge, forcing people to turn around at gunpoint because he decides you can't come through here. He told them, of course, turn around. And some people, they got into the barricade, they saw what was going on, we just gonna turn around. We don't even want that smoke. And just minutes before, probably not even minutes, I hope y'all saw that white car before the Jeep comes. He walks out of the shadows, you see that white lettering on his back, he goes up to that car, and that car just turns right around. Because sometimes you don't even have to point your gun, because I'm telling you, if it's AR dangling between your legs, I'm moving, don't worry about it. I'm gonna turn around. And he's giving directions. I know it's hard to hear, but that older black man looks at him, the leader. It's good, and he said, oh yeah, he can get on. He is in charge every step of the way. He gives directions to the MARTA bus driver. At the end, when they finally let him through, he walks all the way down to the end of the barricade, and he's waiting. Come on, you can come through. Not no other person. Not no man dressed in all black. Not no man dressed in, not even Mr. McKinney with his white shirt and black. It is that defendant giving directions to everybody. And I hope y'all know he's standing at post all day long. That was his post, the barricades. Because they had certain points. If you saw, Mr. McKinney was over at the BP station, and Mr. Conley stayed at the barricades. And we know he had the barricades because he tells you in his press conference he was at the barricades. And when the Jeep pulls up, he approaching. He leading the pack because he in front. He is in front with that AR pointed, and he begins to fire, and the rest of them follow suit. Because I hope y'all know, is there a black man, a man in all black shooting? Yeah, but when does he shoot? After his leader. And not only does he step up, he follows the car all the way, and the physical evidence will show how he followed that car as it passed by trying to get out of danger. Leading, standing post. Telling his to go. I don't know if the McCords went where I told him to go. McKinney, go back and check. I hope y'all look at that video and watch Mr. McKinney run back around to the other side of that package store to do what his leader has told him to do and make sure the McCords are gone. And then he comes back and goes and checks in once again with his leader. He's not just a gang member, he is the leader. And we know he had guns just all day long. And how y'all know it's him? He got the same light jeans as he did on July 4th. Credibility. Now, the judge will instruct you that it is your responsibility to judge the credibility of witnesses, and yours alone. So you get to decide who came in here and who told the truth. I submit to you that the state did not put up anybody that told you anything but the truth. Now they want to call Detective Shepard a liar, and he's not a liar. They just mad that the evidence that he got led to their client. What did Samantha and Christopher McCord tell you? They pulled up to the barricades. Mr. McCord describes a light-skinned male with a long gun. Now, I mean, it was a long gun. That gun looked really long to me. He didn't have to say it's a rifle or not, it's a long gun. He forces them to turn around, and then he gives them instructions. And then Mr. McCord, after seeing this defendant admit that he was down there, he says, that's the dude that met me when I was inside the barricade and told me to turn around. And how we know it's him that met him at the barricade? Because he follows him after he turns around. There's no doubt who that is. And I know y'all was probably tired of hearing about Sage 112, light jeans, red shirt, but we got to prove it. I have a responsibility and a duty to prove to you beyond a reasonable doubt that it is that defendant that committed each of these acts. And so if I got to tell it to you over and over again, I will do it over and over again because this is my one shot. Aggravated assault, like I told you, twice. Now, Mr. Ray was talking about somebody squatting down ready to shoot. It was his client, ready to shoot. Now, Charmaine Turner, she told Detective Shepard everything she could. Not one time did she lie to Detective Shepard. Were there men out there with black shirts on, dressed all in black, dressed like the police, dressed like the militia? Yes, they were. Were they all armed? Yes, they were. Were there men in all black shooting guns? Yes, they were. He says we didn't ask her the question about whether or not it was the defendant that shot Sercoriea. We didn't ask her because she said, I don't know who shot my child. I just know my child was shot as I passed through a barricade with armed men. And who would expect her to know anything else? Because he started with the mother. The mother in the back of that car. First of all, she said, I'm on my phone. Sercoria's back there on her phone. Next thing I know, fire is coming into the car. I reach back to get my child, and the last words I hear my child say is, Mom, crying out in agony and pain. So he wants her to be able to tell you about a red shirt. The only thing red that she was concentrating on was the blood that was pouring from her baby body as she tried to press on that wound to keep her baby alive. I'm a mother, and I know what that feeling feels like, to hold your child the first time they take their first breath, as their heart beat for the first time. I can't imagine the anguish it feels to hold your child as they take their last breath.
Objection, Madam Mayor. Approach.
She's focused on her baby that is dying in her arms. So it is not fair for him to say, because she cannot point out this defendant, because we ain't got to worry about her pointing out. The video's pointed out. And didn't I tell you two things to be true at the same time? Could there be men in all black shooting and this defendant shooting? Absolutely, and you know it because it's on video. Omar, it's men in all black. They bounty hunters. He gave a picture to Detective Shepard. Yes, he did, because Omar is like, y'all, that man is driving that car. He made the decision to drive through that barricade. The responsibility on him weighs heavy. Y'all can see it on his face. So he is doing whatever he can, giving Detective Shepard whatever information he receives about who could have been the people out there that were shooting into that vehicle. He never said definitively that that man didn't shoot. He never said that. What he said was it was men out there dressed in all black that were shooting. And is that true? Yes. Was the defendant out there shooting? Yes. So two things can be true at the same time. Don't try to put the onus on the man behind the wheel. The man behind the wheel was trying to make a decision in the most traumatic event he has probably ever experienced in his life. What do I do? Where do I go? Because when you pull up to that barricade and you see them people, you got to make a decision. And we came Monday night quarterback, I guess it's Tuesday night quarterback now since it come on Monday, to decide if you pull up to a barricade and you're trying to drive through, it's armed men in front of you. You don't know what they may do if you just turn around. So I'm just going to push through. And there's nothing wrong with that. He was trying to be a protector. How can I get them to safety as quickly as possible? We can't blame him. The blame lies on the person that pointed that AR-15 at that car and let off 8 rounds into it. We lucky it wasn't Charmaine, Omar, and Sercoriea. And what did Omar tell you? I wish it was me. That's who's taking responsibility. And he said, I'm going to get an attorney. There's nothing wrong with that. He's like, I'm driving the car. I want to make sure that nobody thinks that I did this. I'm responsible for it. Because I don't know if you heard the little tricklings of, oh, the person in the car was shooting too. So he's trying to make sure I'm protected. But what he does say is black men and all black were out there shooting, and we know that to be true. And we also know it to be true that the defendant was out there shooting. Now, the defense witness, Ms. Salloway, like I said, I think she came with good intention, or at least she was out there for good intentions. And she was trying to do what she could to help. But the things that she told us was real important, and it was consistent with Omar and what Charmaine told you. As the Jeep pulled up, I heard somebody yell out, "A." The Jeep went up on the curb and shots rang out. And she told you, as the Jeep passed by, I saw shots in the back area behind the Jeep, and the windows of the Jeep were rolled up. Now, what she get a little fuzzy on her credibility is that the man at the back barricade was shooting. Well, ladies and gentlemen, y'all get to view the videos. Y'all get to decide. There doesn't appear to be muzzle flashes. She said she didn't see muzzle flashes, but she thought the man was shooting, but she really couldn't tell us where she was standing in the Wendy's parking lot. And then at some point she started saying, well, I heard what happened. So I don't know if she heard it that night, heard it since this trial's been going on, and feels like that's what I saw. But to me, that's just a little red herring. But what she does tell you is the shot, as the Jeep returned, she heard some more shots. She don't know where they came from. They don't know who they came from. And I think she said, Mr. Ravis wants to tell you that the man was not ducking for cover. That's what his witness said. He ducking down. He moved all the way to the other side of the barricades to avoid the shots that this defendant is firing out in his directions by the barricade. She tells you men in black are shooting. Absolutely, they are. But what she didn't tell you, she never said that defendant didn't shoot. And what, in fact, she told me he did, but we'll talk about that. And now it's Detective Shepard's fault. Detective Shepard told you I was working 12, 14-hour days to figure out what happened to this baby. I'm canvassing the area. I'm trying to get people to talk to me. I'm not getting any cooperation. The people that are talking to me, it's exaggerated for what they're telling me, because when I look at the video footage, it's not corroborated by what they're telling me. I'm getting information from social media. He never denied that there were men out there shooting in black. In fact, what did he tell you? If I could have identified them, I would have put a bolo out for them. But I didn't have any identifying photographs where I could see their pictures, their faces clearly, to put out on a bolo. He never got a positive identification for them. The only two people he was able to get a positive identification for was the defendant and Mr. McKinney. And when he got those, he put it in a bolo, put it out there, and he got those individuals to then come in and say, yes, that is me that you see. And we know that he's not in a rush to judgment, because what did he tell you? I didn't charge McKinney, because as I'm looking at those videos, McKinney is not at the barricades. So I'm not just out there trying to charge anybody that I see with this homicide. I want to make sure that I charge the right person, because I have all the evidence to show me that it is that person. So it's not a rush, ladies and gentlemen. He's following his evidence. And thank goodness for Mr. Camber, because we were able to get that video from Marvelous. We were able to get those clear images. And if you recall, there are other images as that bus is turned around on the side where there are other men out there with guns, and they got them posted, they got them pointed up, but you can't see their faces. So you can't put out a bolo for somebody whose face you can't see. And he told you those are muzzle flashes. At least 2 we see as that Jeep passes by. And what did he tell you? I didn't know. I did not know who my suspect number 1 was. I knew what he looked like. I knew how he walked. I knew what he was wearing. I just didn't know his name. I didn't know his name until he showed up with his attorney and said, that's me at the barricades. And then Mr. McCord then calls and says, hey, yes, I recognize that man as being the person that pointed a gun at me. And lo and behold, what do we have? Video footage of that defendant pointing a weapon at Mr. McCord and his wife as they drove away. So it ain't just believe Detective Shepard. Everything he says is corroborated by evidence. And Ms. Cassandra Saladin, what did she tell you? She identified that muzzle flash as that defendant is standing in the middle of that street, firing off. And what did she tell you? The jeans are so light, they blend into the street. Who is the only person out there with light jeans on? Because everybody else is smart enough to wear all black, except for the defendant. So even their witness has identified the defendant as being the shooter out there. Black do-rag, his twist, his light skin, his red t-shirt, his light jeans that we know belong to him because he had them on in another picture with another gun, his black bag, his black shoes, and his gait. What did Detective Shepard tell you? The way he was walking, and y'all saw he's kind of walking kind of funny because of that gun. It's messing up the way that he walks. So that's how he's able to follow him from the BP, from the package store to behind the barricades. Every step he's making is distinct. He decided he wanted to be seen because I'm going to rep my gang. I'm going to put on my gang t-shirt, Pyro, Elm Street, Pyro, whoop on the back. I want to be seen. And he was seen by each and every one of those cameras out there. And he was seen shooting at that car and killing that baby. Don't leave the common sense ladies at the door. You've watched the videos over and over again. Believe what your own eyes tell you. Miss Young, you talking this. Trust the videos. You've seen them enough. If you want to see them again, you can. I think Mr. Bobby said it out. We didn't even coordinate on this. Context clues. Those are important. I have a son, he was real younger, and I said a word, and I said, how do you, and he said, oh, that means such and such. And I'm like, how do you know that? He said context clues. Ladies and gentlemen, use your context clues when you get back there. Red shirt, white lettering, light jeans, black satchel, AR-15, funky little walk because of your AR-15, your light skin is your twist, and who you come up with. At 9:45:21, this defendant is standing at his post. Light jeans, red shirt, black shoes, black satchel, light jeans, red shirt. You can kind of see that AR hanging down right here. Black shoes. At 9:45:21. At 9:46:02, less than a minute, that Jeep is pulling through. He has not moved. You saw the videos. At no point does he leave from those barricades. The only time he leaves from those barricades is when he steps to that Jeep as it pulls through. And here he is again. AR extended. How do you know it's him? Them light jeans, them dark shoes. You can kind of see it here in the red, but it's dark because if you all know when you take pictures, if the lighting is behind you, it's going to be dark. That's why kids always tell me, hit the light, you got to get the light so you can make sure your colors pop. But it's enough for us to see it ain't in black, ain't in black, ain't in right here, light jeans, dark shirt, AR. And what did Samantha McCord tell you? If you point a gun, you ready to shoot a gun. Not less than 5 minutes later. I hope when we gonna go through the timeline. This is what he doing. Pointing his gun. And when that car comes through, 2 to 3 minutes later, he is ready to shoot, and that's exactly what he does. And I know it's blurry, ladies and gentlemen, but you can, I hope you can see it enough. This him. Go back. And where are these other men? They're back here. Where's the Jeep? Tracking his every step. That's him, ladies and gentlemen. Now, when Mr. Radius got up here and showed you this video, he didn't want to zoom in this close. Because if you zoom in this close, you get to see his client committing this murder. The physical evidence in this case, ladies and gentlemen, because we're not just going to bring you the witnesses, we're not just bringing you the video. Does the physical evidence show that this defendant is guilty? And we talked about these videotapes from every angle, not just one angle, not just a half an angle, every angle, tracking him so you don't have to wonder, is it him? Did he go somewhere else? There is no doubt it is him each and every time. Nine 12:45. 9:13. Nine 13:50 seconds. Nine 15. directing the marshal, telling him where he can go. (9:38). Back at his post. Moving the cones. Moving in on the McCoys, because they had challenged his authority. (9:40). Every minute, every second. The defendant is present and making decisions as he's terrorizing and victimizing people in the community. Okay, I see Mr. King go that way, and he goes. 9:40. 9:45, 24 seconds. Just seconds before that Jeep comes through. You can't miss him, white lettering. One shot, two shots. And we show y'all, it's another man in all black shooting. We're not trying to hide from it. Because it doesn't matter, everybody at that barricade is responsible for Sercoria's death as a party to the crime. What's the physical evidence? Defendant there before, during, and after the shooting. What's the path of those bullets in that car? All on the driver's side. Now, Mr. Raby's started to talk about path and trajectory and when they have to come from the right. None of it makes sense because all of the defects are on the right side of the car. The muzzle flashes that you see coming from that defendant's gun, when the police get out there and they find shell casings right there in the area where he was standing, where he was firing the shots. 6 shell casings, 7 of them. How many defects in that car? 8. And we saw the pickup man coming by picking them up. So maybe he was lucky enough to get one of them shell casings that came from the defendant's gun. Driver door, back driver passenger side door, bottom of that passenger door, the side panel. So we know that the shots came into that car from the left. That's what the physical evidence tells you. And then those last two, and I will submit to you, ladies and gentlemen, that last fatal shot came through marker number 8. This is the passenger side, and you'll have the pictures back there that you can look at. They try to say, oh, well, isn't that maybe some bullet holes? It's dirt, ladies and gentlemen. Through that back trunk, through the back panel of that seat, through the seat, into Sercoria's back.
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes. Okay. We've just stopped because part of a video creation was starting to show. There was an immediate objection. Objection is, go ahead.
Now, that's evidence that is not been shown. That's simply nonsensical that we have never seen before. We have never vetted, perhaps we should have kept our expert. We've not had our experts look at it to gauge whether it's representative of anything. It's just something that, again, that we have never seen this demonstrative, and we've had no opportunity to vet it, to check for any scientific accuracy, or to see if it's even representative of anything, to determine whether the jury should see that. So as it is right now, the jury is seeing a piece of evidence, because that's what it is, evidence that has never been shown to us before. We move for a mistrial, Your Honor. We can't undo it. The jury saw it. The jury saw the representation, the 3D animation. It's improper.
Okay, let's see. First of all, can we look at what it was? And I'll say that we saw just the very, very initial beginning of this, so.
We didn't see the very beginning of the jury saw the whole thing. While we were talking.
While we were talking it,
While we were walking up there, it was still.
okay. Okay, so to narrate that video, we saw what I guess is your theory of how this happened?
Absolutely, it's just a reenactment. There's no record of bringing a car, and putting a car right there and having it on wheels and being able to move and walk alongside of it and maybe with a paint gun, shoot at it to hit the doors and the areas in the trunk and the area that the state's evidence indicates where those bullets went into the car. There's no measurements on there, there's no trajectory information, it is just a reenactment of the video that you see as the defendant walks up to the car and it's moving, the car is moving, because Mr. Reagan, in his demonstrations that he did during trial, wanted to make it appear that the car just was staying stationary, it wasn't moving, and therefore his client could be at the back of the car. This is the state's theory how his client ended up at the back of the car, and those shots ended up in the back of that trunk and then into that baby.
New evidence, I'm sorry, it's new evidence, we've not had an opportunity to object to it, to question the creator of it, to do anything that we would need to do. And you have a case, I don't have a case yet.
Yes, Your Honor. The case of Rickman v. State, that's 304 Georgia 61, a 2018, I'm sorry, 304 Georgia 61, June 18, 2018 case.
What's the name of it again?
Rickman, R-I-C-K-M-A-N v. State. Demonstrative evidence, which includes reenactments and pictures used to aid the trier of fact in understanding the issues of fact at trial, is irrelevant and inadmissible unless accompanied by a witness testimony that shows the demonstrative evidence is substantially similar to the actual conditions or events at issue.
It's not an evidence, Sean, it's part of a closing argument.
You can't even use the closing arguments if you happen to put it as in as evidence. The point is, there's a process to how to use demonstrative evidence, and the state literally jumped over and skipped the process, and now they're throwing it in front of a jury to say, this is what happened. These are the facts based off of our testimony. That is not how demonstrative evidence is supposed to work.
It's not demonstrative evidence.
Okay, okay, hang on for a second, stop fighting. I'm gonna read the case. Do you think that if before closing arguments, she had shown it to you and given you a chance to object, that might have been used? Or is your position it had to be evidence in the trial?
It should have been evidence in trial, but at a minimum, it should have been shown to us before closing to give us an opportunity to object to it being placed before that jury. And we haven't had that opportunity, and we would have objected, but we just haven't had that opportunity to do that now because they sprung it on the jury without ever giving us any opportunity for a meaningful examination of it.
Okay, let me read the case.
And Ron, can you make certain you read the 4 minutes?
Yes. Yeah, if anybody needs to take a break, that's fine.
Which point are you looking at? They're like 6 bullets.
2, probably. Looks like what he's talking about.
Actually, yes, if you hit 2 and go down to the middle of the case itself, that's what the language is.
Is it 306 Georgia 61?
304 Georgia 61, 2018 case, Rickman v. State.
right before 64.
Okay, I'm gonna step off the bench for just a second because I'm only getting part of the case.
What program? All of them. It's okay. What's that? Yeah, you noticed.
I think the TV's going bad. I think the TV's going bad.
That's what I have no problem. I have no problem. Did y'all make the borrow a power cable or something?
If you need to borrow, yeah, if you got borrow.
Oh, wait a minute, no. So, so you just, well, this is just power, but y'all just trying to get this young guy.
It has power, but it's all plugged into the back.
This wouldn't cost me.
That's what I'm saying.
Completely much.
It's been doing it. It's been doing it all week. And now it might not work yet. Video people. The IT person. Oh, you love that. I know that, but I was just joking. You gotta try that out. I just been watching through my life just make sure it's oh, that's like turning on.
He pulled over. I started trying to help my baby, and then I started trying to tell him to hurry and get help because I could see like she wasn't moving or responding. And then he told me he was trying and he couldn't get through. And then this lady walked up and she just stared through my window. And I just was like, please help me, please help me. And then I didn't see her anymore.
Were you able to tell her Sercoriea had a shot?
Yes,
Where is she?
in her back right side.
Was she bleeding?
I didn't feel any blood because I started trying to like press on it. I mean, put pressure on it. And I don't recall feeling any blood.
And you said at that time Omar was trying to call 911?
Yes.
Was he still inside the car with you?
No, ma'am.
Was he ever able to get through to 911 while y'all were still out there on University Avenue?
Not of my knowledge.
About how long were y'all pulled over before y'all left?
Maybe 2, 3, maybe 4, maybe 3 minutes or so. Not long.
After that 3 or 4 minutes during that time, are you still trying to apply pressure?
Yes, ma'am.
Was she breathing at that time?
No.
What do y'all do?
I'm trying to press on her and blowing her mouth and I just started panicking. And I just started screaming and I had started kicking the windshield to let Omar know like I need to take my baby to the doctor. I need to get her some help.
You said you were kicking the windshield of your car?
Yes.
Why were you kicking the windshield?
Because we was driving, the radio was still playing, like he never turned the radio down, so I didn't think that he could hear me. And so.
Does he eventually get back into the car?
Yes, he came and he jumped in and we U-turned and went back up the street to get on the expressway.
And y'all get back on 75?
Yes, ma'am.
Where are y'all headed to?
The hospital.
What's going on in the car as y'all are trying to get to the hospital?
I'm calling her name, trying to feel for a pulse. And I started screaming at him, asking him, telling him he need to go faster, he need to go faster. And then he was telling me that the tires were shot out, he couldn't, he trying.
You said you were panicking. Did you tell what was going on there? How was he?
He was driving, trying to call on his phone. I was more so paying attention to my baby, trying to do all I could do to help her.
Do you know, you told him to go to the hospital?
Yes,
Did y'all make it to the hospital?
yes, ma'am.
What hospital did y'all go to?
He went to Atlanta Medical.
What happened when y'all got to Atlanta?
We got out the expressway, and then he was like slowing up, and I was like, go, go, go. And then he just kept going, and then I seen lights like a police officer was coming behind us. And then we pulled into the emergency part of the hospital. And once we got right there, was an officer behind. I believe Omar was, I don't know if him and the officer were having where I couldn't really tell what was going on or what he was asking him. But I was just, then a lady was out there, and I was like asking her to help me. And then she started trying to help me pull Sercoriea out of cause it's like she was tangled in the seatbelt.
So the whole time that y'all riding, she's still, and the seatbelt is still across her?
Yes. No.
Were y'all able to get her out of the seatbelt?
Yes.
Do y'all know what's happening?
Yes.
What happened when you get out?
They take her in, and I run in behind her, and they was telling me that I couldn't come back there, and they just was saying I couldn't come back there.
Did they tell you why you couldn't come back?
No, they just was saying they trying to do everything they could do.
How long were you at the hospital?
Maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes, I don't know.
When Sercoriea was taken out of the car, was she breathing at that point?
No,
When you said at some time you were trying to feel a pulse, did you ever feel a pulse again?
no,
Were the doctors at Atlanta Medical Center able to save Sercoria's life?
no, ma'am.
Let me do the math. Oh, it was, yeah. 115. It was definitely 115. Okay, and then 208 is when you started. So let's say 3 minutes each. That would leave. I think she's okay. Okay, first things first, I want to make sure that we don't steal time from your closing because we stopped repeatedly. It looks to the court like you have about 11 minutes left. Anybody disagree with that? Looks to me like she's got about 11 minutes left. From when we cut off before the, okay. Around 11 minutes too, okay. So that case was close, but not quite. And I'm glad you brought it to the court's attention. It's good information. I think under different circumstances in this situation, if the rendering had just been showed to the defense, the court may have admitted it over the defense's objection with proper instruction to the jury. But because it was not offered prior and we didn't have that discussion, I think out of an abundance of caution, we're not going to play it for the jury. I'm going to just give this instruction and you'll be allowed to just continue your argument. A computer rendering of the state's theory of how events in this case might have occurred was played several minutes ago. This was not evidence in this case and was merely an illustration of the state's theory of the case. You are not to consider this computer rendering as evidence in this case. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence. You are to base your deliberations and decision in this case on the evidence that was admitted in trial only. Anything else that you would like me to say?
I think it is, with all due respect, I'm sorry, I think it was way too generous to the state. I believe it's improper. Earlier, when Detective Shepard says some things that were improper, the court inserted the word improper into its instruction to the jury. I think the jury should be told that that was improper. And secondly, what I will characterize as what lawyers say is not evidence. I'm lumped into that bag with them. They did something that was improper, and I don't know that we need to do a both sides thing in terms of what lawyers say, in terms of what all of us say is not evidence. That is factual, but the situation that compels this instruction is something the state did, and I think the jury should be told what the state did, again, was improper, and disregard that and place no weight on it.
Your Honor, I don't believe it's improper for the state to be able to argue our theory of the case and how and what occurred out of it. So calling it improper, I don't think is a fair statement of what the state has done. We are allowed to illustrate what we believe. It's argument, and they can decide. I don't believe that's how them shots got into the car. Or I do believe it's up to them to do that. For me, illustrating it is no less than, like I said, he's wheeling a car. I'm sorry.
You're okay.
And pointing at it right here in open court. That's nothing that I would be able to put before Mr. Ravis and Mr. Hoover prior to it starting, and there's nothing that prevents us from doing it because it does not have to be entered into evidence because it is not evidence. It is the state's argument, it is the state's theory of the case.
And if I recall, I saw the word evidence at some point under the, I don't know if it was under the heading of physical evidence, but it was under the state's own heading of this is evidence.
There was no thing on that slide.
Perhaps not that slide, but it was billed as whatever the case may be.
Well, they can have a heading on a slide that lists the evidence that says evidence.
But that should not have been listed as evidence at the point I'm making, Your Honor.
And it was not, Your Honor, the slide had no heading at all.
Okay.
And it's not even illustrative of the state's theory. Detective Shepard said the shooter was stationary. That was a graphic showing a moving shooter. So it wasn't shown to us, and it's inconsistent with their witnesses' testimony as to what occurred.
Okay.
It's wrong on a lot of levels.
Well, it's not wrong on the video because he's shown moving on the video.
Okay, I understand everyone's frustration. This is a situation that could have been handled prior to closing arguments. So, I'm going to go ahead and give an instruction on this, and motion for mistrial was denied. Anything else that you want to put on the record?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I would actually like the instruction read once the jury comes back in with it again to the charges as well. I think because of how inflammatory what the state just did is, I think they need to hear it more than one time, Your Honor.
Okay.
Yeah,
Part of the pattern charge, there's extensive information about in the pattern charge about attorneys' comments not being evidence. Okay, we can take that up after we finish closing. Ready?
Are you gonna read with the, is that the instruction, or have you changed it, have you modified it, I'd like to hear the instruction, if I may, Your Honor.
That's fine. Yeah, I think I've said you are not to consider this computer rendering as evidence in the case. I am happy to make it you are not to consider this computer rendering, if that is closer to what you were hoping I would say. I'm not going to say that it was improper. I think under other circumstances, that video could have come in
Under the right process.
under the right process.
That's the issue.
Well, and yeah, it's hard. There's not rules of evidence about how to do that. Okay. We're ready for him. Okay, remember you got 11 minutes left. You had 14? Sorry. Let's see, what does Madam Court Reporter have?
He waived that, Your Honor.
You guys will-
She started off with 1 hour and 6 minutes. She started off with 1 hour and 6 minutes left.
All right, the jury. Judge, that kind of question.
Okay, members of the jury, we're about to resume closing arguments. I need to give you this quick instruction. I'm sorry, I'm not looking at you. I need to speak into the microphone for you. A computer rendering of the state's theory of how events in this case might have occurred was played several minutes ago before the break. This was not evidence in the case and was merely an illustration of the state's theory of the case. You are not to consider this computer rendering. The arguments of the attorneys are not evidence. You are to base your deliberations and decision in this case on the evidence that was admitted in trial only. Okay, you can resume your argument.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you remember in the video where you can see the defendant step up and move along the left side of that car, firing shots into it, and then the evidence indicates there are 8 shots in it, following that pattern that the defendant took as that truck passed by. Then you had the shell casings that you saw from the crime scene tech. Each and every one of them that landed there, that's on that side where that Jeep passed by, 556, 556. And what did Ms. Down Home tell you? That's consistent with being fired from the AR-15. 8 shots, 7 shell casings, 7 of them are 556, all shot from the same weapon, right in the area where this incident occurred. And there was some rumbling about shooting from the car, but there's no evidence. Mr. Reagan's talked about humidity and all of that stuff, but there's no evidence of that. The only evidence is that this defendant walked up to that car and fired off 8 rounds into that car and then caused the death of Sercoriea Turner. And we talked about the man in the black walking down the yellow, well, all the way to the barricade. He's furthest away. So we know, that's the safe theory, that that is not the bullet that went into the back of the car and killed Sercoriea. The next guy that's in all black, he's walking along the yellow line, and what's found where he is, a .38 projectile. And then there's none of that back barricade, so we know nobody back there was shooting. We know the only person that was shooting, where these muzzle shots are coming out, is the defendant with his light pants on and his dark shirt and that muzzle flash coming out of his gun while these 3 people stand back here doing nothing. The scientific evidence, the way that it goes through the back trunk, through the back of the seat, through the outside of the seat, into Sercoriea. Now, like I said, they failed to mention that, so I'm not going to waste my time on it because they know it was foolish too. 556 shell casings, .556 projectile, type of weapon that can fire, .556 AR-15. The only thing we ain't got to give you is the AR-15, because what did Ms. Van Horn tell you? I can look at it and I can test against the weapon and I can determine that whether or not it is a murder weapon or I can eliminate it. If I had it for you, I would give it to you, but I don't. The medical examiner. And I know it was hard looking at these pictures, ladies and gentlemen. I've been doing this a long time, and it's difficult each and every time, because nobody should have to look at a baby laid out on the table with a gaping bullet wound in the back of her. But the only person that is responsible for causing that wound back there sits right there. That's on him. Went through her body with so much pressure and so much force, it starts to break apart. We have everything but that gun to be able to tell you this is exactly the gun that did it, because we know all of those 5.56 shell casings came from the exact same weapon. Don't believe me, don't believe the videos, don't believe the physical evidence, don't believe the science if you don't want to, ladies. Just believe him. My grandmother always told me, when somebody tell you who they are, believe them. When they show you who they are, believe them. And this defendant has shown us who he is and what he is capable of over and over again. Cobb County with his red bandana, his gang tattoos, his gang language, burn it down. ARs everywhere, every photograph you got with his AR. Pointing it at people, terrorizing people, allowing a community to be locked down because he decided, I'm claiming this as my gang territory. And when he shoots that baby, where he go? Over on edge with his AR-15, still dangling between his legs. But when he shows up to say, oh, that's me, what's conveniently gone? One of those distinctive markers, those twists. He's trying to change, he's trying to hide. But ladies and gentlemen, y'all tell him he cannot hide. He is no longer in the shadows. You see him clearly as who he is. He may sit over there with a suit on, with his haircut, looking nice, but that's not who he is. He is a killer. We saw that in his video at the jail. August 5th, 2025. Just days before this started. This is what he's doing. What is his words? I empower.
Don't play with him. Yeah.
If I tell you, if I show you, believe it. This is who I am. What he got on? His gun. Because where he don't go, we don't link up without our sticks. He tells you I had an AR-15. He tells you I was at the barricade. If he don't, even though he don't tell you he shoot, I told you, party of a crime, he is just as guilty. But we know that is a lie. He shot 8 times into that vehicle. But see, he didn't know the story. He didn't know that Detective Shepard had those videos. He thought I could step out and say, oh, it was me. He didn't realize it. So what did he do? He lied. Mr. Ravens want to talk about lies? That's what that defendant has done. He lied. He got up there. Somebody was hit. Y'all seen that video. Not one person was hit. Not one person hit the ground and jumped up and started shooting. A lie. He said he wasn't shooting. Muzzle shot after muzzle shot. He lied to his attorney because Jackie Patterson only repeated what the defendant told him because he wasn't out there. He hadn't seen no videos. He's a liar and a killer. That's what his autobiography tells you. And what does he say? After he sees this. I'm going down the road, I ain't shooting. I ain't even have a gun. Lies. What did he say when they posted the bolo on McKinney? I was out there, bro. Bro ain't even shooting. He's talking about McKinney. Every man out there was shooting at the car. He the only end that walked to the store. It happened at the burnt down Wendy's. Everybody was shooting but McKinney. That included him. He told y'all he was shooting because everybody out there was shooting. But he's the one that shot and killed Sercoriea Turner. Every piece of evidence the state has brought points to this defendant's guilt. The law, the eyewitnesses, the physical evidence, the scientific evidence, the defendant's own actions, and ladies and gentlemen, I implore you to use your common sense, and when you use your common sense, it leads to no other road than the defendant's guilt. Now, we've talked about him for days now. This case is about Sercoriea Turner, 8 years old, just riding in the backseat of the car with her mom, coming from celebrating the 4th of July, having fun with her family, her friends, playing with her cousins, watching fireworks for the night. She was having so much fun. What did her mom tell you? She didn't want it to end. I want to go hang out with my cousins. And her mom was trying to make that happen as they headed down University. Nobody knew that day that that was going to be the last time that Charmaine got to go to the nail shop with her baby. That was going to be the last time that Sercoriea got to go to a barbecue and a cookout with her grandmother and her cousins. That was going to be the last time that she got to play with fireworks. That was going to be the last time she got to call to play with TikTok, because we know that's what she liked to do, make her TikTok videos. And that's what she was doing back then. And nobody knew it was going to be the last time that she got to call out her mother's name. 8 years old. It is not fair. It is senseless and it is unnecessary. But the defendant wanted to stake his claim. 4th of July is supposed to be about celebrating with your family. For Sercoriea Turner's family, forever now. 4th of July is not about celebrating. It's about grief and it's about mourning. This coming November, Sercoriea would have turned 13 years old. A milestone for young kids, especially little girls. She will never get to reach that milestone. Mr. Regis told you that the defendant was making dumb decisions because he was 19. Sercoriea will never have an opportunity to make dumb decisions as teenagers do. Her mom told you how she wanted to go to Spelman, and Mr. Regis told you how his girls got to go to their HBCU. Sercoriea will never get to go to Spelman because of this defendant. Hopefully one young girl will get to go because they have a scholarship in her name. Now, Mr. Regis talked about Ahmaud Arbery. I am from Brunswick, Georgia. I live one neighborhood over from the neighborhood where Ahmaud was killed. I went to church with his aunts. So I know what it feels like to have someone in your community taken because of senseless violence. In his honor, they do a 2.23 mile run because those are the last miles that he got to run that day. For George Floyd, they have a moment of silence for him. 8 minutes and 46 seconds, because those were the last minutes of his life. At some point, hopefully, not just a scholarship, but maybe 8 minutes of silence for Sercoriea for the 8 years of her life, or the 8 bullets that flew into that car and took her life. That's what we can do for her in the future. But today is a day that you can give this family the justice that they finally deserve. Mr. Regis talks about 9 days of rush to judgment and rush to judgment. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, it has been a slow crawl to justice for Sercoriea and her family. They have waited 5 long years, 1 month and 22 days. I ask that you don't make them wait 1 more day, 1 more hour, 1 more minute. Tell this defendant what he already knew when he stood up at that press conference. He is guilty, guilty, guilty of each and every charge on that indictment. Thank you.
Okay, members of the jury. My instruction to you is going to take about 45 minutes. Would you like to eat before you do the instructions? Okay. We ordered food for you. So you can just go to that. Just make sure that you don't discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't do any research. Don't look at your phones. Don't talk about the closing arguments. Just take lunch, and we'll come back to the jury.
All right, so the jury.
I think we can make this pretty quick.
You can eat quick? Okay, that's fine. You let us know. We're at your beck and call. You think about 15 minutes? Okay.
That's all I had at the time. Cause I believe they was telling Omar to leave the property, leave the house, leave, and then it was just me and the officer who who was sitting like holding me like.
Were you able to tell them what had happened on the rest of the
I mean, I didn't say exactly what happened, but I did like give him, I believe he asked me where, and I think what they looked like, I believe.
At some point, do y'all leave the Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes.
When you get home the next day, do you recall talking to Detective Shepard?
He came by my mom's house like that evening, afternoon, I believe.
And at that time, were you able to give him any more information about what happened occurred on how you recorded the shot?
Yes.
What did you tell him?
I told him that I seen two people on the sidewalk, and then like one by the yellow line.
Did you describe how you did today about what they were wearing, all black, white t-shirt, black pants? Did you give him that information when you talked to him?
I believe so.
Do you, after you spoke with Detective Shepard, did he ever bring you any photographic lineups or anything like that to try to identify anybody?
Yes. I'm not for sure. I believe he did, but I was also showing him what people were sending me and stuff.
Were you, what type of, you said people were sending you stuff?
Yes.
What type of stuff were you doing?
Like different pictures and of the people that was out there and stuff like that.
Did you share any of those photographs with Detective Shepard?
Yes.
Did you recognize any of those people as the individuals that you saw out there that night?
That Shepard showed me. Yes. Yes.
You recognize some of the people that Detective Shepard was showing you?
Yes.
How were you able to recognize them?
Because I told him that I remember one of them was wearing black, and I told him that I remember somebody with a white shirt on and a black face mask.
Do you know for certain, do you know how many people were shooting at your car?
I don't.
Do you know who shot Sercoriea?
I don't.
When you were describing to Detective Shepard about what individuals were wearing, were you describing them as, I know 100% that that's the person that shot Sercoriea?
No, I just told him that I did see when the gun was going off, I looked back and I could see like I look back and I can kind of see like one of the people on the sidewalk, they gun went off. I mean, the lightning from the gun.
So the person that you saw shooting was on the sidewalk?
No, I seen two people, like I seen two guns going off. So it was like one on the sidewalk, and then it was like, it's like when it was going on, I'm kind of like doing like this. And so I can kind of see out the side of my eye, like that gunfire was coming out. Like I was seeing gunfire from two different places.
So you saw gunfire coming from the sidewalk on that, over there near the Wendy's?
Yes.
And then you saw gunfire coming on the side of the car?
Yes.
Is that the driver's side or the passenger side?
Driver.
Did you ever look out your back window at all?
No.
So when you describe people shooting, it's people that were on the driver's side of the car?
Yes, ma'am. The driver back seat, like, it's like everything was going in my back seat. Like, the back door.
Did you ever get your car back?
They offered it back, but I didn't want it.
If I may approach you.
Yes.
Yes. My daughter.
Is that a picture that you gave to?
I believe so.
Any objection? It's admitted. Yes, granted.
That night in your car, Ms. Turner, were there any weapons in your car?
No, ma'am.
Did you have a weapon at all?
No, I've never shot a gun, used a gun at all.
What about Omar? Did he have any weapons?
I've never seen, he never had a gun around me or my kids.
Did he have a gun, or did anybody have a gun in your car that night?
No, ma'am.
How old is Sercoriea in your time?
8.
And is that a school uniform that she's wearing?
Yes, ma'am.
What school did she go to?
Kip Ways,
What grade was she in?
3rd grade, 2nd grade.
This is the summertime?
Yes.
She finished 2nd grade, getting ready to go to 3rd grade?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell us a little bit about Sercoriea, the things that she likes to do?
Sercoriea was very outspoken. She was a little sassy because she gonna say whatever come to mind. Very silly. She loved being around her family. She liked to cheer. She just loved being around love.
Have you and Sercoriea talked about what she wanted to do when she grew up?
Yes.
What did she want to do?
She named at least, I believe, 2 different things. Like she was undecisive, but she was for certain that she wanted to go to college.
What college did she want to go to?
She said Spelman. She going to Spelman College.
She didn't say, I want to go, she said, I'm going to school.
Yes.
That was that sassiness in her.
Yes, ma'am.
Since Sercoriea has died, have y'all developed a scholarship in her name?
Yes, ma'am.
Or what school?
Spelman.
No further questions.
Can I see the attorneys at the bench?
Yes, I did. The driver of the vehicle and the passenger of the vehicle.
At what point did you come in contact with the driver of the vehicle?
So I actually waited until Grady was rendering aid, and then I attempted to get like an initial statement from the driver, trying to determine like what had happened and where it had happened, trying to establish a potential crime scene.
And were you able to get that information?
I was.
Did you know where the incident had, where the shooting had occurred?
I did. He gave me a.
And where was that?
It was in an area that was being blocked by protesters. It was on Pryor. He said near the liquor store.
And at that point, did you know what had occurred? Did you tell me what occurred?
Yes, he said he was driving and they started shooting.
Was he able to tell you who was shooting?
He actually, when he described them, he said they looked like me. And at that time, it was the protest and COVID time, and I actually wore a face mask. Like, so when he said they looked like me, he said they had masks on like me, and he was describing the people.
And were you able to determine, who, if anyone, had been shot while they were on the emergency department?
Yes, he said that it was his, at the time, he referred to her as his old lady. It was my old lady's daughter, and he said her name, Sercoriea Turner.
Did he tell you how old Sercoriea was?
Yes, 8 at the time.
I'm sorry.
8.
All right. And when you pulled into Atlanta Medical Center, just tell us what you were doing. I heard you say that there was the cars in front of you, somebody was beeping on the horn.
Yeah.
What happened?
So as he pulled in, he was honking the horn. 2 Grady EMTs, they were wearing gray, ran over. I saw the back door of the vehicle open. I saw a female Grady employee actually like reach into the vehicle, grab Sercoriea Turner out, and she just ran towards the emergency room. It was another female. It was Miss Turner. I learned afterwards. She was actually in the back with her. She actually had fallen out of the vehicle as they were running off with her daughter.
Miss Turner fell out of the vehicle.
She did.
At any time, did you have an opportunity to go inside the hospital?
I did. I went inside of the hospital. I was trying to get her condition to determine which of our investigative units to start to the scene. So if based on the injuries, is determines who you call to the scene. So because of her condition and because of what medical staff had told me, I started our homicide unit.
So the information you received was that Sercoriea Turner was deceased, or they did not feel like they were the same?
That her injuries were very serious. They did not say that she was deceased at the beginning. They were doing everything that they could, but they used medical terms as well as some terms we use in police to describe her condition.
And based on that, you called out the homicide unit?
Correct.
Did you speak to a specific detective?
I actually don't recall which investigator I spoke, or detective or sergeant I spoke with, but I raised them. I kept updating them on the condition as they would tell me. I was in the hallway for a good little while they were attempting the measures to save her life.
You were in the hallway of the hospital while the doctors were working on Sercoriea?
Correct.
Were you, in regards to Charmaine Turner, did you ever have an opportunity to speak with her at all?
Not Charmaine Turner. That's the mother.
The mother, yes.
I don't believe I got a chance to speak with her. It was a lot going on, and her I don't think I was able to ever get a statement from her. So this on the screen is my dash camera. I believe it's gonna be a possible signal. Stand by for close.
Is that yourself that we're looking at there, Sergeant?
Yes, I'm in the pants with the black one to the far right.
And is that Mr. Omar Ivory?
Yes, it is.
Was it at that point, when was it in that moment? After that, were you able to speak to Mr. Ivory?
Shortly after this. So what's happening is we're actually blocking the ambulance entrance to the emergency room. So I actually moved my vehicle up to allow ambulances to pass by. I didn't want to block the entrance completely. And then after that is when I spoke to Mr. Omar.
During the time that you were speaking to Mr. Ivory, can you tell me kind of what his demeanor was?
He was extremely upset. was angry. It came off almost as like aggression, but he was just upset. There was a lot going on.
Did you find his emotional outburst uncommon for somebody who's been driving a car while they were shot?
No, it was fine.
Christopher McCord, CHRISTOPHER, MCCORD.
Good afternoon, Mr. McCord. How are you?
I'm fine.
How old are you, sir?
I am 47 years old.
And are you, what area of town do you live in?
I live in Southeast Atlanta, which is right off of University Avenue.
And how long have you lived in that area?
18 years.
And so are you familiar with the area of University and Pryor?
I am.
And that's Fulton County?
That is Fulton County.
And do you recall the summer of 2020?
I do.
Can you kind of explain to ladies and gentlemen of the jury, kind of what was the climate of that particular area in the summer of 2020?
A lot of unrest. There was a gentleman that unfortunately had a situation with Atlanta Police Department. A lot of folks were riding in that area at the time.
And is that an area that you utilize to go to and from your home?
It is.
During that time of unrest, were you utilizing that area to go and come?
In some instances, yes.
And during that time of unrest, was there any police presence in the area?
Low, unfortunately.
You said low?
Yes. Wish we had a little bit more support.
And when you say rioting, what type of rioting was going on in the area?
Once again, our Wendy's was burnt down. There was also some heavy crowds that were there at that Wendy's as well. And some individuals that were also shot before in that area as well.
Was that prior to or subsequent to the Wendy's being burnt down that individuals were shot in that area?
Prior.
And was that prior to the 4th of July?
It was.
Do you recall how many shooters were in the area at that time?
I know of at least one or two. I don't recall all of them.
Did you observe anything that appeared to be, let's start with the date, June 12th of 2020? After that date, were there festivals going on in the area?
No.
Did you observe during that time individuals with guns in that area between June 12th of 2020 and July 4th of 2020?
Yes.
About how many times did you observe individuals with guns in that area?
At least once or twice.
Do you recognize what this case study has been previously shown?
Yes, I recognize that area.
And is this the area that we've been talking about?
Yes, it is.
And does it fairly accurately depict the area of University of Pryor?
It does fairly.
When you would travel to and from your home in this area, can you kind of point to, ladies and gentlemen, the directions that you would take?
I traveled down 54 and around to the bend, and then my house is right on the other side of the high school.
Did you happen to be in that area on July 4th of 2020?
I was.
And what was going on that day for you? We all know it was 4th of July. What were you doing that day?
Celebrating.
Okay. Were you celebrating at home or somewhere else?
Somewhere else.
And about what time did you leave your home?
I had left my home several days before that, so it should have been July the 2nd or so.
Okay. When you left your home on July the 2nd, did you travel on University Avenue?
I did.
Okay. And which way were you coming from your home on University Avenue?
I would have been coming, that's going to be eastbound, which is past the Wendy's, BP, and then the highway entrance is here to the right-hand side.
So when you would be coming from your home, the Wendy's would be on your right-hand side?
That's correct.
And during that time, the July 2nd, I believe you said, were there any barricades or cones located on University Avenue?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Did you observe any individuals out in that area as you traveled from your home?
It was a low amount of individuals at that time.
Can you kind of describe what that looked like for you?
Typically, there's individuals that will hang here at the corner of the Chevron. Maybe a little bit of foot traffic at the BP, but that is typically it.
Was it still that unrest kind of environment that you talked about earlier?
Not on that day, no.
And at some point, did you return home?
I did on July 4th.
About what time was it that you returned home on July 4th?
Based off my knowledge, it's probably around 9:30, 10 o'clock.
And when you were returning home, which way of travel did you take?
Once again, came off the highway 75 southbound. Made a left-hand turn to get on 54, and I'm sure that I was probably on the right-hand side at that time, and continued on until I couldn't anymore.
Okay, and you can have a seat, thank you, sir. You said until you couldn't anymore. Did something occur that impeded your ability to continue on to your home?
Yes, there was a gentleman that stepped in front of my vehicle with a long gun.
Let me ask you, when you made that left on University Avenue, did you see any barricades or any cones at that time?
I did not.
Do you recall what the gentleman looked like that approached your car?
It was a light-skinned black male.
Light-skinned black male?
Correct.
Do you recall anything about the clothing at all?
I do not recall anything about what he had on.
And I think you indicated that he had a long gun.
That's correct.
Was that the only individual that you observed that had a gun?
At that time, yes.
And I want to, States Exhibit 2 that's already been tendered, Your Honor. I'd ask that States Exhibit 2 be published with just the raw video footage from the All-American Liquor Store. Was anyone else in the car with you as you were traveling home on the 4th of July?
Yes, my wife.
And what's your wife's name?
Her name is Samantha McCord.
Who was driving?
I was.
And where were y'all coming from?
Once again, celebrating 4th of July. It was 5 years ago, so I'm not quite sure if I remember which type of celebration we were at.
And you indicated that an individual approached you with a long gun. Did you recognize that individual at all?
I did not.
I'm going to show you. Do you recognize one of those vehicles in States Exhibit 2 as the vehicle that you were driving?
Yes.
If you could tap that screen and circle it, if you tap the screen in front of you, it should allow you to make a circle around your vehicle. And what type of vehicle was that you were driving?
That's my family vehicle, Nissan Altima, 2-door.
And as you approach this area, had you seen the gentleman with the long gun approach you at that time?
He approached me right a little bit further out of view, once again hindering my ability to continue down.
So that's you traveling towards further up University.
That is correct.
And after you pass that point is when you encountered the individual with the long gun.
Yeah, it's just out of screen, but once again, that's one of the main reasons why I stopped in the first place and was not able to continue down.
Besides that gentleman with the long gun, did you observe anyone else that had a long gun?
No.
And what side of the vehicle was that individual with that long gun standing?
He was standing right in front of my vehicle.
In front of your vehicle?
Yes.
And did you continue on through the barricades? Well,
I was.
past the gentleman.
I couldn't. He was standing in front of the vehicle. Yeah.
And if you could turn your attention back to the screen.
Sure.
Is that your vehicle that's approaching on the top left-hand side?
It's on the right-hand side, but yes.
And is that you moving on that further up as you described to us before?
Yes.
Further up University?
Yes.
What happens when you get past the camera viewpoint that?
I had a few words with the gentleman and asked him to eventually allow me to turn around. His biggest thing he said to me was that I was being disrespectful. And I told him that I wasn't trying to be disrespectful, but if you'll allow me to turn around, please.
Where was that weapon that you mentioned earlier at that time when you were having this, was it a conversation like you and I are having right now?
I would say that it's not like you and I are having right now. So definitely a little bit more, would be the right word.
Were you using
I
your
guess
outside voice?
I was using my outside voice. Yes, that's correct.
About how long did that interaction occur?
It was several seconds. It wasn't long at all.
What was that individual doing with, or where was that handgun at the time that y'all were having this interaction?
It was a long gun.
Where was it at? Was it down by the side? Was it up? Like, how were they holding it?
It was in his hand.
What direction was it pointed?
As he stepped up, during our interaction, it was pointed at my face.
At your face?
Yes,
And where was your wife at that time?
she was in the passenger seat.
Were you still seated in your vehicle at the time of that interaction?
I stepped out to have a conversation with the gentleman.
You stepped out of your vehicle.
Correct.
What side of the vehicle did you get out of?
Driver's side.
And where was that individual? Were they still at the front of your vehicle?
Yes.
Did they ever move any closer to you besides being at the front of your vehicle?
No.
When you say the front of your vehicle, was it dead center of your vehicle or closer to the driver's side or the passenger side?
From my recollection, it was dead center.
And did you see any other individuals at that time with firearms?
No.
And you said during this time, y'all were still down there, correct?
We were still down where?
Down further down University.
Yes.
Okay. And now in states number 2, is that your vehicle coming back up?
It is, because I asked for the turnaround.
And were you allowed to turn around?
He did allow me to turn around.
And where are you going now?
I'm doing a turnaround to head back to my house, but through a different direction.
What direction were you then gonna head to get home?
I would be traveling down Pryor Road at that time.
Did you stop in that parking lot to your recollection for any period of time?
Not to my recollection. Once again, 5 years ago, I'm not quite sure.
Do you see a gentleman with a handgun in State's Exhibit number 2?
I do now. That night, I did not see that gentleman.
And if you could tap the screen, hopefully it works this time, and circle the individual that you see with the gun.
Once again, at this time, but I wasn't aware of him being there. After conversation with the detective, I realized that there were guns pointed at me, but at that time I did not.
So the only time that you recall a gun being pointed at you is when you had that interaction outside of the camera view with the individual with the long gun, the light-skinned gentleman with the long gun.
That's correct.
Is that the gentleman that you had the interaction with? Does it appear to be that individual that you had the interaction with down outside of the camera view?
Not quite sure. To my recollection, I'm not sure.
Do you see other individuals with guns at this point?
I do now, but that night I did not.
And could you tap the screen again and circle the next individual you see with the gun?
I see this individual at this time, but not that night.
And when you say that individual, can you describe what that individual appears to be wearing?
I can't make it out. But it looks like blue jeans, or at least white jeans, maybe.
Do you see any other individuals with the gun?
I do now, but that night I did not.
And if you can probably try to clear out those other circles and then circle that individual that you see.
I see this gentleman here with the gun, and it looks as if there's one more person right to his left-hand side, or right-hand side, I'm sorry.
Does that person appear to be the person that you had the interaction with outside of camera?
No,
Mr. McCord, do you own a firearm?
I do.
What type of firearm do you own?
I carry a 380.
Did you have your 380 on you that evening?
I'm an ex-police officer, so yes.
Do you have a license for your 380
I do.
into the parking lot of the liquor store?
Yes, after being allowed to turn around.
And I understand it was 5 years ago, but is that you stopping in the parking lot, although you may not recall it today?
It is me.
Are you the individual that's getting out of the car?
Yes,
Do you know who you're talking to at that point?
I do not recall. That was 5 years ago.
At this point, are you able to see those other individuals that we saw in the previous video approaching with those weapons as we saw?
I don't recall.
Who's this getting out of the vehicle?
That's my wife.
And what direction are y'all headed at this point?
We're gonna make a left-hand turn onto Pryor Road. Once again, going another direction to get home. Because I was denied the opportunity to go my usual route.
At this point, do you see individuals that's in the video going towards that same direction?
I do now, but on that night, I did not know.
Now, at this point in the video, how many people do you see pointing guns in the direction that you and your wife are traveling?
It looks to be at least 3, if not 4 individuals.
Can you circle those individuals?
Can't tell if this gentleman up at the top has a weapon, but at this time, this gentleman looks like that gentleman, and I'm not sure, but maybe this gentleman as well.
Now, the gentleman in the bottom, can you please describe what he is wearing?
At this time, he has on a yellow shirt and purple gym pants.
I'm sorry, the gentleman with the firearm.
The first one I circled is wearing all black here.
And the second one?
Second one has that a red shirt and blue jeans.
And are you able to tell what type of weapon that is that he's pointing in your direction?
At this time, it looks like a long rifle. Potentially could be a AK-47 or AR-15, potentially. Once again, can't make it out. It's kind of blurry.
Do you recall that that is the individual that you encountered further up on the university that was out of view?
I do not recall. That was 5 years.
Or testify. If a defendant chooses not to testify, you may not consider that in any way in making your decision. Identity is a question of fact for you to determine. Your determination of identity is dependent upon the credibility of the witness or witnesses offered for this purpose. You should consider all of the factors previously charged to you regarding the credibility of witnesses. Some, but not all of the factors you may consider in assessing reliability of identification are the opportunity of the witness to view the alleged perpetrator at the time of the alleged incident, the witness's degree of attention toward the alleged perpetrator at the time of the alleged incident, the possibility of mistaken identity, whether the witness's identification may have been influenced by factors other than the view that the witness claimed to have, whether the witness on any prior occasion did not identify the defendant in this case as the alleged perpetrator, and the length of time between the crime and the out-of-court identification. It is for you to say whether under the evidence in this case, the testimony of the witnesses and the facts and circumstances of the case sufficiently identify this defendant beyond a reasonable doubt as the perpetrator of the alleged crime, or that the defendant was a party to it. It is not necessary that the defendant show that another person committed the alleged offense. If you do not believe that the defendant has been sufficiently identified as the person who committed the alleged crime or was a party to it, or if you have any reasonable doubt about such, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. The burden of proof rests upon the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt the identity of this defendant as the person who committed the crime alleged in this bill of indictment. This defendant is charged with crimes against the laws of this state. A crime is a violation of a statute of this state in which there is a joint operation of an act and an intention. Intent is an essential element of any crime and must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. Intent may be shown in many ways, provided you, the jury, believe that it existed from the proven facts before you. It may be inferred from the proven circumstances or by acts and conduct, or it may be, in your discretion, inferred when it is the natural and necessary consequence of the act. Whether or not you draw such an inference is a matter solely within your discretion. Criminal intent does not mean an intention to violate the law or to violate a penal statute, but means simply the intention to commit the act that is prohibited by a statute. This defendant will not be presumed to have acted with criminal intent, but you may find such intention or the absence of it upon a consideration of words, conduct, demeanor, motive, and other circumstances connected with the act for which the accused is being prosecuted. Every party to a crime may be charged with and convicted of commission of that crime. A person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the crime, intentionally helps in the commission of the crime, intentionally advises, encourages, hires, counsels, or procures another to commit the crime, or intentionally causes some other person to commit the crime under such circumstances that the other person is not guilty of any crime either in fact or because of legal incapacity. Any party to a crime who did not directly commit the crime may be prosecuted for the commission of the crime upon proof that the crime was committed and that the person was a party to it, even though the person alleged to have directly committed the crime has not been prosecuted or convicted, has been convicted of a different crime or degree of crime, is not amenable to justice, or has been acquitted. Knowledge on the part of the defendant that the crimes charged in the indictment were being committed and that the defendant knowingly and intentionally participated in or helped in the commission of such crimes must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt. If you find from the evidence in this case that the defendant had no knowledge that a crime was being committed or that the defendant did not knowingly and intentionally commit, participate, or help in the commission of and was not a conspirator in the alleged offenses, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant. On the other hand, should you find beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant had knowledge that the crimes charged in the indictment were being committed and that the defendant knowingly and intentionally participated or helped in the commission of them, then you would be authorized to convict the defendant. A jury is not authorized to find a person who was merely present at the scene of a commission of a crime at the time of its perpetration guilty of, consent in, and concurrence in the commission of the crime, unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person committed the alleged crime, helped in the actual perpetration of the crime, or participated in the criminal endeavor. A jury is not authorized to find a person who was merely associated with other persons involved in the commission of a crime guilty of consent in or concurrence in the commission of the crime, unless the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that such person helped in the actual perpetration of the crime or participated in the criminal endeavor. The law provides that criminal action shall be tried in the county in which the crime was committed. In a prosecution in any case in which it cannot be determined in what county the crime was committed, venue is proper and may be proved in any county in which the evidence shows beyond a reasonable doubt that it might have been committed. Venue, that is, that the crime was committed in Fulton County, is a jurisdictional fact that must be proved by the state beyond a reasonable doubt as to each crime charged in the indictment, just as any element of the offenses. Venue must be proved by direct, circumstantial evidence, or both. The defendant is charged in count 1 with murder. For malice murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person unlawfully and with malice aforethought. The killing must have been done with malice to be murder. Malice, as the term is used here, is not necessarily ill will or hatred. Rather, it is the unlawful intent to kill. You may find malice when the circumstances show that the defendant acted with deliberate intention to unlawfully take the life of another person. You may also find malice when there does not appear to be a significant provocation, and all of the circumstances of the killing show an abandoned and malignant heart. The state does not have to prove premeditation to prove murder. If a killing is done with malice, it is murder regardless of how briefly the malicious intent existed. No specific length of time is required for malice to arise in the defendant's mind. Malice may be formed in a moment, and instantly a fatal wound may be inflicted. If malice was in the defendant's mind at the time of the act or killing and it moved the defendant to do it, that is enough for the killing to be murder. The state does not have to prove motive to prove murder. Any evidence of motive has been admitted for your use in determining the defendant's state of mind at the time of the killing. The defendant is charged in counts 2 and 3 with felony murder. For felony murder, the state must prove that the defendant caused the death of another person by committing a felony. The state does not have to show that the defendant acted with malice to prove felony murder. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon and criminal damage to property in the first degree are both felonies, which I will define for you shortly. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder as alleged in count 2 if you believe that he caused the death of another person by committing the felony of aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, regardless of whether he intended the death to occur. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. You may find the defendant guilty of felony murder as alleged in count 3 if you believe that he caused the death of another person by committing the felony of criminal damage to property in the first degree, regardless of whether he intended the death to occur. There must be some causal connection between the felony and the death. Felony murder is not established simply because the death occurred at the same time as or shortly after the felony was attempted or committed. The felony must have directly caused the death or played a substantial and necessary part in causing the death, regardless of when the death ultimately occurred. The defendant is charged in counts 4, 5, 6, 13, and 14 with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon. For aggravated assault, the state must prove that the defendant assaulted another person with a deadly weapon. To prove assault, the state does not have to prove that the other person was actually injured. However, the state must prove that the defendant attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. A firearm, when used in the way a firearm is ordinarily used, is a deadly weapon. The defendant is charged in count 7 with criminal damage to property in the first degree. For criminal damage to property in the first degree, the state must prove that the defendant, knowingly and without authority, interfered with any property so as to endanger human life. The defendant is charged in counts 8 and 15 with possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony. For possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony, the state must prove that the defendant had a firearm on his person or within arm's reach of his person while committing a felony, which is a crime against or involving another person. Murder, felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, and criminal damage to property in the first degree are referenced in count 8. Each of those offenses are felonies which have been defined in this charge. Aggravated assault with a deadly weapon is referenced in count 15. That offense is a felony and has been defined in this charge. For purposes of this offense, a firearm includes any handgun or rifle. The defendant is charged in counts 9, 10, 11, 12, 17, 18, 19, and 20 with the offense of violation of the Street Gang Terrorism and Prevention Act, also referred to as the Gang Act. For a violation of Subpart A of the Gang Act as alleged in counts 9 and 17, the state must prove that there is a criminal street gang, that the defendant is associated with that criminal street gang, that the defendant participated in criminal gang activity, and that there was a nexus between the crime that was committed and the gang, i.e., that the crime was committed to further the interests of the gang. For violation of subsection B of the Gang Act as alleged in counts 10 and 18, the state must prove that there is a criminal street gang, and that the defendant is associated with that criminal street gang, that the defendant participated in criminal gang activity, and that the defendant committed criminal street gang activity with the intent to maintain or increase his status within the criminal street gang. For violation of subsection E of the Gang Act as alleged in counts 11, 12, 19, and 20, the state must prove that there is a criminal street gang, that the defendant encouraged another to participate in criminal gang activity, and that the defendant was at the time an associate of that criminal street gang. For purposes of the Gang Act, the term participate can, but does not have to be defined as to take part in something and or to share in something. Criminal street gang means any organization, association, or group of 3 or more persons associated in fact, whether formal or informal, which engages in criminal gang activity. The term criminal street gang shall not include 3 or more persons associated in fact, whether formal or informal, who are not engaged in criminal gang activity. The existence of a criminal street gang may be established by evidence of a common name or common identifying signs, symbols, tattoos, graffiti, or attire, or other distinguishing characteristics, including, but not limited to, common activities, customs, or behaviors. Whether a criminal street gang exists in this case is for you, the jury, to decide. Criminal gang activity means, among other things not relevant to this case, the commission, attempted commission, conspiracy to commit, or solicitation, coercion, or intimidation of another person to commit any criminal offense that involves violence, possession of a weapon, or use of a weapon. For purposes of the counts charging a violation of the Gang Act, murder, felony murder, aggravated assault with a deadly weapon, criminal damage to property, and possession of a firearm during the commission of a felony constitute criminal gang activity. The commission of any offense that would constitute criminal gang activity by any member or associate of an alleged criminal gang may be considered by you to determine whether the state has proven beyond a reasonable doubt the existence of the criminal street gang and criminal gang activity. Presence, companionship, and conduct before and after the commission of the alleged offense may be considered by you in determining whether or not such circumstances, if any, give rise to an inference of the existence of a conspiracy. A conspiracy is an agreement between 2 or more persons to do an unlawful act, and the existence of a conspiracy may be established by proof of acts and conduct, as well as by proof of an express agreement. When persons associate themselves in an unlawful enterprise, any act done by the party to the conspiracy to further the unlawful enterprise is considered to be the act of all the co-conspirators. However, each person is responsible for the acts of others only insofar as such acts are naturally or necessarily done to further the conspiracy. Whether or not a conspiracy existed in this case is a matter solely for you to determine. The verdict form lists all of the counts and offenses you will be considering. You will consider each offense listed. If, after considering the testimony and evidence presented to you, together with the charge of the court, you should find and believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant in Fulton County, Georgia, did on or about the date alleged commit an offense or offenses charged as alleged, you would be authorized to find the defendant guilty of such offense or offenses. In that event, the form of your verdict for such offense or offenses would be, we, the jury, find the defendant guilty, and you should place an X or a check mark on the blank next to the word guilty for any such offense or offenses. If you do not believe that the defendant is guilty of an offense or offenses, or if you have any reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, then it would be your duty to acquit the defendant on that count or those counts. In that event, the form of your verdict would be, we, the jury, find the defendant not guilty, and you should place an X or check mark on the blank next to the word not guilty for any such offense or offenses. One of your first duties in the jury room will be to choose one of you to be the foreperson. The foreperson will manage your deliberations and will sign the verdict to which all 12 of you freely and voluntarily agree. You should start your deliberations with an open mind, talk with each other, and consider each other's views. Each of you must decide this case for yourself, but you should do so only after discussing and considering the case with your fellow jurors. Don't hesitate to change an opinion if you are convinced that it is wrong. However, you should never give up an honest opinion to be congenial or to reach a verdict solely because of the opinions of other jurors. During your deliberations, you must not communicate with anyone other than your fellow jurors about this case. You are also not permitted to conduct any research about this case, including persons, places, or legal concepts mentioned during the trial. These rules apply not only to in-person communication, but also to communication or research using cell phones, text messaging, websites, or social media of any kind. Whatever your verdict is, it must be unanimous. That is, agreed to by all. The verdict must be in writing and signed by one of your members as foreperson, dated and returned to be published in open court. Your verdict should be a true verdict based upon your opinion of the evidence according to the laws given you in this charge. You are not to show favor or sympathy to one party or the other. It is your duty to consider the facts objectively without favor, affection, or sympathy to either party. In deciding this case, you should not be influenced by sympathy or prejudice because of race, creed, color, religion, national origin, sexual preference, local or remote residence, or economic status for or against either party. By no ruling or comment that the court has made during the progress of this trial has the court intended to express any opinion upon the facts of this case, upon the credibility of the witnesses, upon the evidence, or upon the guilt or innocence of the defendant. You are only concerned with whether the defendant is guilty or not guilty. You are not to concern yourselves with punishment. There are 2 alternate jurors, and we can only allow 12 to deliberate the case. The deputies will show the alternate jurors to a separate location. That's jurors 33 and 35. You may now retire to the jury room. You may elect a foreperson, but do not begin your deliberations until you receive the indictment and any evidence that has been admitted in the case. Any jury communication to the court must be in writing, signed by the foreperson. So that means questions. Now, I know that you have requested to actually perform your deliberations in a different location, and that's fine. But if you want to see evidence that you don't receive in the back, which will be much of the evidence, you're going to have to come back down here to see it. So just so you know that, in open court. If you have any questions or you want to request evidence, you just send us a note and have your foreperson sign it. All right, will you go ahead and step out? Okay. Do you guys want to take a look at whether you agree on what goes back?
Yes, Your Honor, but before we go forward, on behalf of Mr. Conley, we'd like to review all objections that have been made since last week.
Okay.
Here.
And just let me know if I need to break a tie on something. Otherwise, if you agree, it'll go back.
call it today?
It is me.
Are you the individual that's getting out of the car?
Yes,
Do you know who you're talking to at that point?
I do not recall. That was 5 years ago.
At this point, are you able to see those other individuals that we saw in the previous video approaching with those weapons as we saw?
I don't recall.
Who's this getting out of the vehicle?
That's my wife.
In what direction are y'all headed at this point?
We're gonna make a left-hand turn onto Pryor Road. Once again, going another direction to get home. Because I was denied the opportunity to go my usual route.
At this point, do you see individuals that's in the video going towards that same direction?
I do now, but on that night, I did not know.
Now, at this point in the video, how many people do you see pointing guns in the direction that you and your wife are traveling?
It looks to be at least 3, if not 4 individuals.
Can you circle those individuals?
Can't tell if this gentleman up at the top has a weapon, but at this time, this gentleman looks like that gentleman, and I'm not sure, but maybe this gentleman as well.
Now, the gentleman at the bottom, can you please describe what he is wearing?
At this time, he has on a yellow shirt and purple gym pants.
I'm sorry, the gentleman with the firearm.
The first one I circled is wearing all black here.
And the second one?
Second one, is that a red shirt and blue jeans?
And are you able to tell what type of weapon that is that he's pointing in your direction?
At this time, it looks like a long rifle. Potentially could be a AK-47 or AR-15, potentially. Once again, can't make it out. It's kind of blurry.
Do you recall if that is the individual that you encountered further up on the university that was out of view?
I do not recall. That was 5 years ago.
And at the top of the screen, do you see the gentleman with the white shirt on?
I do see a gentleman with a white shirt on.
Are you able to tell whether or not he has a weapon?
It looks as if he's pointing a weapon.
If you could circle for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, if you could circle that person.
I've already circled him.
I'm sorry, the one with the white shirt on.
Yes, I've already circled him.
That's what about the other one in the furthest view that going towards Pryor Street? Do you see that individual with the white shirt on?
Once again, I can't make it out, but it looks like that gentleman may or may not have a weapon, but he does have a white shirt on and blue, looks like black jeans or black long pants. But once again, it's too blurry for me to make out whether he has a weapon on him or not.
Are you able to see that gentleman that we spoke about that was at the top corner closer to Pryor now, a little bit clearer?
I can't make him out, no. And now that he's coming closer into the camera view, it looks as if that is a long guy.
And you can try to tap that screen again and take those circles off.
Am I gonna hit X?
At this point, have you and your wife left that parking lot area?
Yes, it looks as if we've made our left-hand turn to continue down Pryor Road and go to Slater Elementary, where I made a left-hand turn to go home.
Did you make it home?
I did make it home, thank goodness. Once again, unbeknownst to me, I had no idea that many weapons were pointed at us.
When you got home, what did you do, if anything?
course, I had a yelling match with my wife, and then I picked up the phone and called 911.
I want to back up to you. In that moment, one, when you're outside the camera view and you're having that interaction with the light-skinned male with the long gun, what's going on in your head? What are you thinking? How are you feeling?
I'm thinking safety mode for me and my wife.
Once you get home, you said you got home, you and your wife. Was your wife upset with you?
She was not upset with me. I think it was more so of a,
An objective speculation, Your Honor.
okay.
It's sustained. You can ask a question differently.
You indicated that you and your wife got into, I don't want to put words in your mouth. What happened with you and your wife when you got home?
Interaction between us, we love each other. It wasn't necessarily crying per se, but definitely more of a, so glad that we got through that. And then once again, called 911.
And were you able to get through to 911 immediately?
It took a little bit of time, but I was able to get through to an operator at some point.
At some point, did you learn about the death of Sercoriea attorney?
I did, but it was several days later.
How do you recall learning about Sercoriea attorney's death?
I recall looking at the news and finding out about her death, and then knowing that we came through that way at that time.
And do you recall about what time it was that you were coming through that area?
I believe, once again, that was 5 years ago, but I believe it was 9:30, 10 o'clock-ish.
And at some point, did you ever speak to the police about you and your wife having guns pointed at you in the interaction that you had with the light-skinned male with the long gun?
Once again, did not see the second interaction. I was when I got a chance to talk to a Detective Shepard that I learned that there were individuals that were pointing guns at me as we were driving away.
Do you recall seeing a press conference held by a person of interest a few days after the killing of Sercoriea?
Several days later, yes.
And did you talk to Detective Shepard about what you had done after seeing that press conference?
Well, I mean, it wasn't connected in my opinion, but yes, I did have a conversation in reference to what I saw that night. I didn't necessarily intermingle that information into the conversation with Detective Shepard.
Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Shepard and indicating that you recognize?
Objection leading.
Can you rephrase?
Do you recall having a conversation with Detective Shepard about anyone that may have been involved in the incident between you and your wife and the individuals with the long guns out there in connection to that press conference that you've done?
Not from the press conference, no.
From anything else?
Once again, my conversation with Detective Shepard was mostly about what happened that night.
Were you ever able to make an identification of the individual that held that gun to you that night?
In reference to my conversation with the detective, yes.
And what was that conversation?
That it looked like the gentleman from the press conference.
That the person in the press conference looked like the gentleman that had held your gun?
Yes, that is correct. That had the long gun and impeded me from going further down University Avenue.
Nothing further.
Cross-examination?
Very briefly. In your interaction with Detective Shepard, did he ever show you a lineup of multiple individuals?
He did not.
Did he ever offer you an opportunity to just come to the station and look at multiple individuals?
He did not.
So your interaction was you saw somebody on TV and said, that could possibly be the guy, correct?
No, I identified a light-skinned male that had a long gun that night.
Right. But as you sit here today, you don't have any independent recollection of that person you saw, correct?
5 years ago, no.
And as you sit here today and you describe that second interaction, you never was aware that there was a second interaction. Isn't that correct?
That is correct.
And isn't it correct that when you got out of your vehicle, you had your gun in your hand, correct?
Safety mode, yes.
Safe mode?
Yes.
What is safe mode?
To keep my wife protected, yes.
Is safe mode a feature on a gun, or I don't know what you mean? What do you mean by safe mode?
I went into safety mode automatically.
And by you going into safety mode automatically, you had your gun in your hand, correct?
Yes,
And as you watched that video, in response to you getting out that car with the gun, multiple people aimed their guns at you, correct?
based off what the video says. Once again, it was unbeknownst to me that those weapons were pointed in my direction.
You know what a bounty hunter is?
I do not.
You don't know what a bounty hunter is?
You mean a TV show or in reference to an individual?
A person, the job title bounty hunter.
Yes, I know what a bounty hunter is. Yes, that is correct.
And they typically do what?
They chase down individuals.
And they sometimes wear all black, correct?
Yes, I've seen bounty hunters in all black before.
And in that video, as you saw it from different angles, you saw individuals wearing all black, didn't you?
I saw one individual wearing all black.
And that one individual in all black had a long gun, isn't that correct?
Based off the video, that is correct. But there were also other individuals with long guns as well. Once again, unbeknownst to me that those weapons were pointed at me that night.
And when you drove and stopped and parked your car, at that time when you drove and parked your car and got out with your gun in your hand, there were no individuals at your car, correct?
No.
And you don't have an independent recollection of that right now? That is just based on what you see on the video?
No, it's not based off what I saw in the video.
So you have an independent recollection of that, correct?
Once again, I was unaware that those individuals pointed weapons at me that night. And it was 5 years ago. But yes, in the video, it's once again, so glad that we made it through that.
At the time of this interaction, did you ever describe anybody wearing a red shirt?
To the detective?
Yes.
No.
Thank you, sir. I have no more questions for you.
Any redirect?
Just a few. But in this video, you can see a gentleman with a red shirt and light jeans pointing what you would appear to be an AR-15 at you
That is correct.
in the direction that you and your wife were traveling.
Based off the video, that is correct.
And it wasn't just individuals in all black that had guns that night, correct?
Based off the video, that's correct.
There was an individual with a white shirt on with a gun,
Based off the video, that is correct.
another individual with a white shirt on and black pants that had a gun too.
Based off the video, that is correct.
And I'm not sure if you can tell that gentleman that did have on all black, were you able to tell the complexion of his skin at all?
I could not, once again, I was unaware of those individuals pointing weapons at me that night.
So when you talked about a light skinned male with all black on, it wasn't that individual that was pointing that gun.
No, not that individual in all black, no.
And prior to you pulling out your weapon for your wife's safety and your safety, had a gun been held to your head?
Yes, my initial interaction when I begged the individual to please let me turn around. He told me I was being disrespectful. And I said, well, I'm not trying to be disrespectful if you'll just allow me to turn around. And he did allow that to happen. I believe I made at least 2 or 3 requests, but eventually he allowed me to turn around.
Was that a traumatic event for you or what?
Yes, of course.
Any requests?
One question. So this light-skinned individual in all black, he never hit you or anything, did he?
I did not say he had all black, but he did not hit me, no.
All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, can he be excused?
Yes, he can.
All right, sir, thank you for being here with us. You're excused, so that means you can stay and watch the trial if you'd like to, or you can leave. Ready with your next witness?
Yes, Your
You swear affirmative testimony given in this court is the truth, the whole truth, so help you.
Yes.
Go ahead and have a seat. It's in my state spelling in the court.
My name is Samantha McCord, SAMANTHA MCCORD.
Good afternoon, Ms. McCord. How are you doing today?
I'm okay.
Ms. McCord, how are you employed?
I currently work for myself and I'm an event manager.
And what area do you reside in? I'm sorry?
Event manager.
Oh, I'm sorry, hold on one second.
No, I was asking while the video was showing tracking.
Oh, okay.
Video from the last witness.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Go ahead, sorry about that.
And, what area do you reside in?
I reside in historic South Atlanta
Okay, and how long have you lived in that area?
for about 10 years.
Okay, and does that area include streets such as University and Pryor Avenue?
They would not consider it to be a part of that area, but it is right there on the cusp connected to it.
Okay, so how far is University and Pryor from where you reside?
Less than a mile.
Less than a mile, okay. And do you normally travel on University?
Yes,
Who is Christopher McCoy?
he's my husband.
And how long have you been married?
We've been 7 years, going to be 8 years at the end of this month.
Okay, right. So now let's talk about April of 2020, right? I want to draw attention back to April. What was that area like back in April of 2020?
Just very regular space with cars. We had a Wendy's. It's a food desert area, so that was really the only restaurant. There's an alcohol package store. There were about 3 gas stations, and they were building another one. So activity in those places, but pretty quiet.
Were there any protests in April of 2020?
I don't recall any protests.
Now, let's go to June of 2020. Did that area change?
I believe that year there was more activity out in the streets, but in terms, I'm not recalling anything that's specific.
Okay. Was there something that happened in the area around June 12th of 2020?
I do know that at the Wendy's, there was an incident between an officer and an individual, which led to his death, and then they burned down the Wendy's.
All right. And once it burned down, how did that area change? Did more people start to show up?
Yes.
And
Yes.
these people showed up based off of your perception. What was the reason for them showing up?
A lot of,
Based off of her perception, she's testifying from her personal knowledge. She lived in the area, she traveled in the area. So
She can testify what she saw.
Right. So when you traveled in the area, what did you see?
there were protests right at the Wendy's area that had burned down. We avoided University for a bit. We were aware that community members were working in order to get some peace on that street because cars had to go around people and they were trying to avoid the street on a whole. But we knew from community organizers that there were protests happening.
So let's talk about the times. So during the daytime, was it more or less traffic than during the nighttime? Bad question. During the daytime, was it more protesters out, or at nighttime, was it more protesters out?
It seemed for a while as though it was the same, and then it became where an incident where a woman was hurt by a ricochet bullet. There was a lot of protesting happening in the morning, just nonstop people. And then once that happened with that woman, it seemed as though it quieted down in terms of the amount of people.
All right. So now let's fast forward a little bit. So let's go to July 4th of 2020. Were you still residing in this area?
Yes.
All right. And was this the 4th of July for you?
Yes.
Tell the members of the jury how you guys typically celebrate the 4th of July.
Well, as an event manager, I always have an event on 4th of July, or we go to a friend's home or just another party of another colleague who's a promoter for a venue. So that's how we always celebrate the holidays. I'm usually working, and then I bring Chris along with me.
Okay. And you guys buy fireworks?
Yes. That's another thing that we do annually. We shoot off fireworks in our neighborhood. A local building owned by a nonprofit allows us sometimes to use their area in order to do so, and the community comes out from our block.
And what time did you guys leave home on July 4th, 2020?
We left home, it was still daytime. I can't give you the exact time. I know it was light out, and we headed to the downtown area.
All right. And what time Did you guys return home?
I know it was night.
It was nighttime?
Yes, I know that definitely sun was down.
Sun was down. At this time, the state is going to publish State's Exhibit 2. It's going to be the video from the All American Package Store.
Okay, the one that we discussed previously?
Yes. No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, go right ahead.
And just for the record, we are going to start at 9:35:48.
Thank you.
Pausing at 9:36:09. Ms. McCord, do you see your car?
That does look like Nisi the Nissan, yes, over there on the street.
You see the Nissan?
Yes.
All right. Can you tap the screen? And Can you circle your car?
Hit the pencil for me.
And who are you traveling with on this particular day?
My husband.
And do you see yourself in this particular frame?
Yes.
Okay. And which side of the car?
I'm on the passenger side.
On the passenger side. Now, I want to draw your attention to the back side of your car. Are your brake lights engaged?
It appears so.
And why is that?
Because there are people in front of us that seem to be blocking the street.
Okay. And was this like typical back in April of
No.
2020?
No, it was never typical.
All right. So was this your first time experiencing something like this on that road?
Yes, in my life.
So you would agree with me that that's not the usual flow of the traffic on University?
No, it is not, especially for a July 4th.
Thank you. We're gonna go to the next video. It's the All American Package Store. For the record, we're gonna start at 21:37:02. While that's being loaded.
Erase.
Tap the screen. Hit the eraser for me, and then you're gonna erase. Now, what are we watching?
That's my car going past the package store.
Okay, so once your car goes off screen, can you tell the members of the jury what happens next?
At least 4 individuals are in front of our car and they stop us. My husband is confused about what is happening. He gets out the car after rolling the window down. The man is yelling at him. I'm not really recalling what the man was saying, but Chris is saying before he gets out the car, we live here, we're community members here. He gets out and he says that again, we're just trying to get home. We're just trying to go down the street and get home. We live here. They have more back and forth, and then Chris asks, well, can I just turn around? Can I just turn around? And then he gets in the car and he tells me to have guns. And so he lets me know that we can't go forward. So he backs up and then begins to move forward to turn around in order to make the left onto Pryor Road so that we could go home.
And at any point, did you see the guys pointed at your car?
I believe that they had weapons.
Okay.
Yes.
And what kind of weapons did you believe that they had?
Due to the lights from the car, I could see what appeared to be like at least one long barrel gun, but I'm not good with identifying the types of guns.
All right, so we're gonna resume watching. Well, let's go back. How was this experience for you during this particular moment?
Terrifying.
Okay. And tell me why you use the word terrifying.
Because it was first time ever that I felt like so Just at any moment, any one of them could harm us, could harm him. And there was just nothing we could do. There was nobody around to protect us. And Chris couldn't.
Were you in fear?
Yes.
State's gonna take the video to 21:39:19. Pause it. Now, was that your vehicle we just saw come through those cones? We can rewind it.
Yes, please. Yes, that appears to be, yep, Nisi.
Okay. And did anybody move the cones out of the way for you?
To my knowledge, no.
And from here, where did you guys go next?
From here, we would have turned onto Pryor or into the gas station.
Okay.
I mean, into the alcohol package store area. But we had to make that left onto Pryor.
The state's gonna switch the camera angle. And we're gonna play it from 9:38:30.
Any objection?
Oh, no objection.
Okay, go right ahead.
Who just got out of the vehicle?
My husband, Christopher.
And is he upset?
Yes,
Who just got out of the vehicle just now?
that's me.
What are you wearing?
I'm wearing a dress.
Pause it. Do you see an individual with a white shirt and black pants?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is leaving.
I mean, that's a direct question about whether she sees someone like that on screen. Do you see someone like that?
Yes, I do.
Yeah, I'll allow it.
Can you circle that person for me? And what, if anything, does that person have in their hand?
A gun.
And is that gun pointed in the direction of your car?
Yes, it is.
You can erase that circle for me. You can play button. Pause it. Now, can you circle all of the individuals that you see with a, oh, I'm sorry. Do you see people with guns in this photo?
Yes, I do.
Can you please circle all of the people you see with guns in this photo? Now, do you see someone wearing all black?
I do see a person wearing all black.
Does that person have a long gun?
From this photo, I cannot tell.
Do you see a person with a red shirt?
Yes, I do.
What is the position that this person with the red shirt is in?
From my training with Chris, it would be a squatting shooting position. My husband trained me in shooting just in case I had to defend myself.
What about the person at the top screen that you circled? What position are they in?
In a forward motion with the gun out, as in a forward shooting position.
Okay, and the person in the white tank top, what position are they in?
They are also in a forward motion with their gun drawn in a shooting position.
And where are all three of those guns pointed to?
At our car.
Play. Pause it. The person in the red shirt, what direction did they just walk in?
They started walking back down University going east.
Would that be towards the barricades?
That would be towards the barricades, yes.
And would that be the same direction that you just described the guns were pointed at you?
While we were driving, when we first were driving,
Yes.
when we first entered University heading east, yes.
And do you see any color, or what color lettering do you see on the back of the person in the red shirt?
I see white.
Do you see a bag of any sort?
Yes, I do. Like a cross satchel bag.
We can take the video down. Thank you. And once you guys left that parking lot, which way did you guys turn?
We made a left onto Pryor heading south.
Your Honor, pursuant to the business record exception, the state would like to enter the CAT report and the 911 call.
Okay.
Your Honor, I believe that those items need to come in through a person who actually is familiar with the keeping of those documents. I don't think it's with.
Are they certified copies? Or
They are, Your Honor.
Okay, so it's two things. It's certified and it's a business record.
Perfect.
Okay, they can be admitted then.
And that's gonna be, the CAT is gonna be for A. And then I'll provide the business record. So, once you guys left, did you call 911?
Yes,
And why did you call 911?
because our lives were just put at risk and we knew other people were coming down that street. It wasn't blocked off by these people clearly as if they wanted people to keep coming down. And so we saw other people driving down, someone was going to get hurt by these individuals. So we wanted the police presence there.
Permission to approach, Your Honor?
It's granted.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State Exhibit 5. Do you recognize State Exhibit 5? Check it out.
Yes,
And how do you recognize State Exhibit 5?
it was shown to me and I also signed it.
Yeah. And did you have an opportunity to listen to that CD in its entirety?
Yes,
And was that a fair and accurate recollection of the 911 call you made on that particular night?
at least one of them, yes.
Your Honor, State Exhibit 5.
Objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted.
Permission to publish State Exhibit 5, Your Honor.
Granted.
When you called 911, who was with you?
My husband.
And where were you guys at? Like, where were you guys at when you guys called 911?
I believe for this portion, I believe we were finally at home.
Did you guys try to call 911 more than once?
Yes,
Or were you guys able to get through?
we were on other occasions, yes.
Oh, okay, now you're gonna drop me off. Now you're gonna drop me off? 3 was the address of the emergency. Yeah. Atlanta 911 was the address of the emergency. Uber, Lyft, whoever you is, are you working for? Atlanta 911 is disconnected with no response. Atlanta 911 operator 7663 was the address of the emergency.
Listen, the Wendy's on University. Someone put a shotgun in.
All right, where are you gonna meet us at?
I don't care what means you use the Wendy's on University. Someone put a shotgun in my face.
All right.
Do you recognize that voice?
Yes,
Or whose voice is that?
that's my husband's voice.
I don't care what means you use.
Wendy's, University Avenue, Wendy's. It is the same area where our broke the shot. There are gentlemen there that are trying to regulate traffic and putting shotguns and guns in people's faces.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to meet with the police?
He pointed it at us. He pointed it at us. It was in our vehicle.
Okay.
Did you just hear yourself say that he pointed it at us?
Yes,
Would this be the same situation that you just described at the barricades?
yes.
Meet with the police?
What the fuck? You will meet with the police here at the corner of University Avenue.
I'm sorry, is that a yes or are you talking with him?
Yes, University Avenue.
What's your name?
You can go ahead and put it down as a citizen of South Atlanta.
No, ma'am, listen, if you want to meet with an officer to do the report, we need someone's name that's going to be there to do the report. Now, we can send them out as a, like you don't want to meet with an officer in reference to someone, but if he's crying in the background and he feels violated, he has the right to file a police report. So does he want to file a police report or do you just want us to go down there to check on those people at Wendy's? Those are two different things.
Okay, and then, yeah.
I couldn't hear you.
No, I have, you hear me now? Hello? Sorry.
Yeah, no, your phone is cutting out. What now?
Hi, my name is, do you hear me now with what I said my name is?
No, I didn't hear you. Do y'all want to meet with an officer? Yes or no?
You said at one point that if we do not want to meet with an officer could come down.
Yeah, you don't have to do that. You don't have to meet with them.
I understand that, but like, I would like to know in all likelihood, how just level with me, how much likelihood would an officer go down there? Despite our scenario, what we
we're
have
not,
gone through.
right. So I'm a call taker. So my job is to process a call. Now, what they do when they get down there, that's not on my scope of practice. So my question was the guy that's crying that felt violated. Do you want an officer to come out to meet with him or not? Otherwise, we're going to have to move the call forward.
I would love for you, without taking our name, to send somebody down to University Avenue.
All right. And how many is out there?
Thank you so much. I would like.
How many is out there?
Because our community members can't get through there and they're going to be agitated.
All right.
Please
We'll
get
get
people on
someone out.
University Avenue.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
And let's kind of talk about further with that. So once you arrive home, you make the 911 call. What happens next?
We made several 911 calls because we wanted to check that police had actually showed up. Chris wanted to go back on the other end of University to see, since these individuals were closer towards the Pryor Road side, he wanted to go down on the McDonough side to just see if the police had shown up. It's too risky for us to do that. And so we just kept calling to get confirmation from the operator if police did actually show up. And we could not get confirmation.
And once you got the ride home, what was Chris's, what was Mr. McCoy's reaction?
Scared, angry. It's his first time. He felt like he couldn't protect me.
Objection, Your Honor. We just heard from a witness and any information about how that witness felt, provide that information for this witness to attend.
No, we would object to the speaking objections.
Okay, it's speculative, and so I'm gonna disallow that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Ms. McCoy, have you been around your husband a couple, for, you said what, 7 years?
We've been married 7, we've been together 11 years.
Okay, and have you seen him upset?
I have.
Have you seen him happy?
Yes.
Have you seen him scared?
Yes.
Would you know the difference between those 3 emotions based off of your experience with him?
Absolutely, and because this has haunted us, it's also what he told me.
Okay, and when you said what he told you, did he tell you that night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, he's testified. So try to ask these questions without quoting him.
Did Mr. McCord go back out there?
He did not go back out there.
And why not?
Objection, Your Honor. It's speculation.
Do you know of your own accord, or do you have to tell them what he said about that?
Oh no, I know from my own accord. It's not what he said.
Okay, she can answer that.
And why didn't he go back out?
And I have to live with this because I stopped him.
Okay.
He's a protector and he wanted to go, but I stopped him. I told him he had to stay and that it was too dangerous for him.
Did you listen?
Yeah.
How long after this night did you learn about the death of?
The very next morning.
And how did you learn about the death?
Through Chris.
And let's go back. On the 4th of July, did you ever speak with an officer?
No.
And why did you not want to give your name on the 911 call?
I was afraid that these individuals or anyone connected to them would retaliate against us.
And once you learned about the death of Sercoriea, what was your reaction? Or what did you do next?
I felt guilt. Once again, just that reliving of it, scared, angry, wishing I had done more, wishing I allowed him to do more, but still just knowing that really there's nothing we could have done.
I have no further questions for you. Defense may have some questions, but the state will pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Kind of short. Few questions for you. You mentioned that you have been with your husband for
11 years.
11 years. And we saw a video that was played of you traveling with your husband. You knew your husband had a gun, didn't you?
My husband does carry, yes.
We saw you on the video go past the barricade. Isn't it true that you went past more than one barricade?
And turning around, there was a barricade, but going forward, there was a barricade on the left-hand side of the street, not on the side that we drove down and other cars drove down.
We saw a video that had some people milling about on the street. Is it safe to say that there were people that were there that night that were not shown in the video?
I'm not understanding. I'm not sure if all the individuals that stopped us on the street ended up in the video.
So we heard a 911 call that you made. And we also heard, you said you're not familiar with guns. You know the difference between a shotgun and a pistol?
One is smaller. I'm believing that that's the biggest difference that in my mind comes to. One is smaller than the other one.
You also mentioned that you were afraid when we saw the video. But you got out of your car when we saw the video in the parking lot.
Yes, for my husband, absolutely.
And then once you got back home, you were safe, right?
We believe so until our grocery store got vandalized very close to us.
But when you got home, you were inside of your house, correct?
The feeling did not feel safe even inside of our own home.
So was your door locked?
Yes, every time.
Okay. Nobody from that location followed you? They didn't follow you home?
To my knowledge, no.
Okay. Give me just 1 minute, please. I don't have any other questions for you. Thank you so much.
I have just a couple. So on cross, you were asked questions about your husband having a gun. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Did your husband ever point a gun at anybody?
No. No. And Chris, when he was a police officer, yes, he has. But in terms of post being a police officer, no. Our McCord rule is we do not point a gun unless we're going to shoot a gun.
Bad question. Did your husband point a gun at anybody on July 4th, 2020?
No, because he did not shoot anybody on July 4th, 2020.
Also, you also mentioned about your grocery store being burnt down. Do you remember that?
No, burnt down, vandalized.
Vandalized, I'm sorry.
Mhm.
When was that?
That happened.
What is relevant to that?
Your Honor, she's talking about, well, the first question was why she didn't give her name. And it goes to her particular fear and the result of what transpired on July 4th, 2020.
I'll allow it.
It happened during that month.
And how far was your grocery store from the university in part of here?
There is one school block and one street between that grocery store and University Avenue.
One second, Your Honor.
State has no further questions.
Any requests? No, Your Honor. Okay, can she be excused?
She can, Your Honor.
All right, ma'am, you can be excused, which means that you can stay and watch if you want to, but you don't have to.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Do you guys need a break before they call another witness? You doing okay? Good? Okay. You need 5? Okay. Will you step out for 5 minutes?
Sharon Davis, SharonDavis.
Good afternoon, Ms. Davis. How are you doing today?
I'm well, thank you. And you?
I'm making it. Ms. Davis, how are you employed?
With the City of Atlanta Police Department.
All right. And can you tell me very what some of your duties are?
Well, currently I'm with code enforcement. So what they were in crime scene is to respond to scenes that are some fatal in nature, some not. But I respond to scenes and I collect evidence. I will collect fingerprints, which is evidence, document injuries, document defects in vehicles.
And so you said a lot. So let's break it down. So currently you work for
the City of Atlanta as a code enforcement officer.
Okay. And back in 2020, who did you work with?
The City of Atlanta as a crime scene technician.
Okay. And how long have you been a crime scene tech in 2020?
In 2020, about a year.
About a year.
Mm-hmm.
And you previously told us what some of those duties. So back on July 4th of 2020, did you respond to Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes, I did.
And what was the reason for your response?
It was someone was injured in a vehicle.
Okay. And once you respond, can you tell me to the jury what that scene was like?
Crazy.
Okay. And when you say crazy, tell me more.
It was just the sight of it. It was alarming.
It was alarming.
Yes.
Were there multiple people outside?
Yes.
Okay. Did you by any chance happen to see a vehicle in the emergency department?
Yes, in the driveway.
And once you arrived, what did you do next?
I got out. I went to the officer who raised me to get information as to what was going on. I walked around the vehicle to get direction, just to get an understanding of what I would be looking for. So I walked around the vehicle.
And do you remember who that officer was that raised you?
I do not, I'm sorry.
And when you use the word raise, what does that mean?
We get our calls from the radio, so someone will call for a crime scene. It's a term called raise. So on your radio, they raise crime scene.
Okay. And what shift were you working on that day?
I was on evening watch.
permission to approach her? I am going to approach you with what has been pre-labeled as State's Exhibit 8 through 20, 8 through 29. Can you take a moment to look through those photos and tell me if you recognize those photos?
Yes, I do.
All right, and how do you recognize those photos?
That was from the crime scene.
And are those photos a fair and accurate depiction of the photos you took once you responded to Atlanta Medical Center?
Yes, they are.
We're gonna start with State's Exhibit 8. What State's Exhibit 8 is?
It is it's a Jeep, a gray in color Jeep that was parked in the driveway in front of the medical center.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 9, is that just a close-up view of State's Exhibit 8?
It is the overall rear of the vehicle,
Okay. What are we looking at here?
overall front of vehicle.
Now, State's Exhibit 11, what are we looking at here?
That's overall driver's side.
Okay. So let's go to State's Exhibit 12. All right. Now, let's talk about State's Exhibit 12. Which side of the car is shown on State's Exhibit 12?
The drivers.
The driver's side, and was there anything significant about the driver's side of the car that made you take this photo?
It's the overall rear driver's side. So just trying to get both sides because I couldn't stand straight on.
Okay. And now State's Exhibit 13. What are we looking at on State's Exhibit 13?
The defects in the door, the driver's door.
Great, you beat me to my next question. So my next one is there another defect? It would be B. You've already marked it.
Oh, okay, sorry, yes.
So how many defects have you labeled?
2.
All right, let's go to the next one. Looking at here, Ms. Davis.
It is what's referred to as a mid-range.
Okay.
So it's a mid-range of the defect.
Okay, and is that defect A or B?
A,
What are we looking at here?
a mid-range of defect B.
Now, what are we looking at here?
The rear driver's side, so it's a focus on the rear driver's door.
Okay, and do we still see the defects from the driver's door and now the back passenger door?
Yes,
Okay, and what about that window?
it was shattered.
Okay, and are there any defects on the back panel?
Yes, there is.
Now, what are we looking at here?
This is a mid-range of those defects.
Okay, can you please mark the defects that you see on this screen? It should be C and D.
I'm sorry, okay.
And then, do you see another defect? So in total, how many defects have you noted so far?
3.
Okay, and then
Well,
let's add
I'm
the
sorry, oh
A.
yeah, okay, I'm sorry, 5.
If you want to tap the screen. What are we looking at here?
A close-up of the defect.
And which defect would that be?
That's on the top handle of the rear driver's door.
And would that be defect D that you previously labeled?
Can you zoom back out? Yes.
So now, what are we looking at here?
That's overall of E.
And was there something that you noted at the bottom of the vehicle? Was there a defect at the bottom of the vehicle?
Other than the flat tire?
No.
No.
Okay.
Whatever is down there, I can't really see.
So right here, would you agree that we're looking at 3 defects
Yes, I agree.
plus a shattered window?
Yes.
Okay. And what side of the car is this?
The driver's side.
What is State's Exhibit 20?
It is a defect in the rear. The rear driver's side.
What is State's Exhibit 21?
A mid-range of the defect on the rear driver's side.
State's Exhibit 22.
That is a close-up of a defect on the rear tail light.
Okay. Which
Driver's
side?
side, driver's side.
State's Exhibit 23.
Overall of the front driver's side, interior overall front driver's side.
Okay. And if you can tell me, was that passenger window up or down?
The passenger window?
Yes.
I don't recall.
Okay.
It looks like it's up, but I don't recall from that night.
That's fine. Thank you. But these are true and accurate depiction of the photos that you took on that.
Yes, yes, they are.
Now, what are we looking at on State's Exhibit 24?
The defects on the rear interior driver's door.
Rear interior driver's door. Would that be the driver's door behind the driver? Door behind the driver?
The rear interior rear driver's door. So the door behind the first door.
And how many defects do you know?
3.
For State's Exhibit 25, what are we looking at?
The rear interior passenger side.
Okay. And why did
Excuse me, driver's side.
And why did you take this photo?
Well, when you photograph vehicles, you always do all 4 sides of the exterior, and you do interior from each door. Driver, front, rear, passenger, and then to the front passenger seat.
Did you know, or did you learn whose purse that was?
I did not.
What about the cell phone?
No one told me. I was unaware of who it belonged to.
What about the bullet?
It was from the deceased victim.
Now, which side of the car are we looking at here?
Passenger.
Okay. Now, on the passenger side, did you know any defects to the passenger side?
No.
Okay. So you said no?
No,
Okay.
other than that tire. Okay.
Other than
So,
the tire, right?
yes, yes.
Okay. So, for example, would you agree that based off of the defects, where were all of the defects that you noted?
On the driver's side.
On the driver's side. And those defects, what are they consistent with?
Well, they're consistent with shell casings, which cause the defects. So, from shell casings.
From shell casings. And where do shell casings come from?
A firearm.
Firearm. And State's Exhibit 27, what are we looking at here?
Just the front passenger side.
And State's Exhibit 28.
That was the little girl.
Okay. And when did you take this photo?
When I was asked to go inside of the hospital room.
And then State's Exhibit 29.
That's a close-up of her face.
So, based off of all of the photos that you took, were there any defects on the passenger side of the car?
No, not to my recollection, no.
What if there was a way to know if a stock will be bullish or bearish the day before? The truth is, there actually is one way. Is your trading account suffering right now, but you're wondering, what do I do to start winning consistently and start making those big returns you've seen other traders make, the returns that you know are possible? Here's the
when my suspect number one, white shirt, red shirt, white letters on the back. And also, if you look on the top vantage point, this is coming from the back of the warehouse. You see the white car turn around. You also use that as a landmark because you see the red circle, which is my suspect number one. And also, you see the vehicle in the bottom frame driving through. You see it in the top frame. So the light blue circle, that's Sercoriea Turner's Jeep that's coming through the barricade. And also, you see suspect number one circled in red. And we never lose sight of him on each vantage point from each camera. Also, on both frames, you see the red circle, blue circle, suspect number one.
And at this time, when the Jeep is coming through, are you able to see
The muzzle flash.
the muzzle flash?
Yes.
Do you recall how many shots that you were able to see being fired into that Jeep as it passed by?
2 muzzle flashes.
And how many defects were on the car?
8 defects.
So you only see 2 shots, but you have 8 defects. Explain that to me.
So as the Jeep is passing Julian Conley, the defects are going to the side of the vehicle, around to the back.
What video is this from?
This is going to be from the MARTA bus. Again, you see my suspect number one, the red shirt, white letters, light blue jeans. This is the door of the MARTA bus. My suspect number one, red shirt, blue jeans, AR-15.
And if I recall correctly, this occurred around 9:15-ish?
Correct. And we see the white letters and the do-rag. And here we see the hair coming down from the side. This is from the northeast corner of the package store. Suspect number one, red shirt, white letters on the back, light blue jeans, AR-15.
And the timestamp on that?
Is 21:40 hours, 9:40.
I'm sorry, how much time did that have passed between the MARTA bus and the assault on the corner?
Roughly 25 minutes. Again, my suspect number one. And see the AR-15 on suspect number one, red shirt, light pants. These are the McCords. Suspect number one entering the frame. Red circle. Red shirt, blue jeans. Suspect number one. AR-15 hanging from the side.
What vantage point is that from?
This is also from the northeast corner of the package store. In that red circle, you see the white letters on the back of his shirt. This vantage point is coming from the BP.
Do you recall what time this is?
It's the same time frame. If you can also notate the white vehicle that is pulling up to the barricade. And if you pause, you see my suspect number one, white letters on the back, red shirt, light color pants. And this time the white vehicle is turning around.
After the aggravated assault against the McCords, when you see suspect one walking back towards the barricade, red shirt,
White letters on the back.
did you ever see that suspect come back from behind?
He kind of lingers in that area until the Jeep comes through.
And how much time passed between the incident with the McCords and the Jeep coming through?
I'll say approximately 4 minutes.
It should be as well.
Okay, well, let's check. Okay, it doesn't say, so you've indicted the McCords by pointing a firearm at, toward, in the direction of Christopher McCord, said firearm being a deadly weapon. It doesn't say attempted to cause a violent injury to the person. It says pointed a gun at them. Okay.
In the past, that's usually how they define assault. It's an attempt to, an attempt of a violent injury on to whoever, based on the fact that a firearm is a deadly weapon as a matter of law.
Okay. Any objection? Okay.
Very vague. Great charge. It's crazy.
Yeah. Okay, any other topics you wanted to bring up?
And then just for continuity purposes, when we go into the elements, it's A, B, C, and D for like felony murder. And those things, I'm sorry, it's 1, 2, and 3. But then when we get down to the criminal street gang, the state must prove, it's just one blurred paragraph. Again, that's just
I think he's saying in general, there's bulleted elements. And when we rewrote the gang charges last night, we took out the bullets.
is where I am.
Okay, I'm inclined to leave it that way.
Okay.
I get what you're saying, and normally I would agree with you, but we spent a lot of time on that. Thank you.
Your Honor, when you're ready, on behalf of Mr. Conley, I have one.
Yes, sir.
I do object to the, on page 10, when it comes to the street gang, when it comes to counts 9 and 12. Once again, in count A, there needs to be a nexus, and the jury charges has that word, that sentence in there. But when it comes to on the next page, violation of subsection E, you do not have that. And once again, I disagree. I agree that under the statute, the way subsection E is written, that it does not require a nexus. Case law says that. However, at the point where the state changes the charge that's been indicted, and they're not following the statute, they actually included in subsection E what the court said or why the court said subsection A requires a nexus. They brought themselves that added burden, that added step of the nexus for counts, I believe it's 9 and 12. So I do object to the way this is written. I think the nexus wording needs to be in there for at least those two charges because of the way the state particularly wrote indicted.
Would you scroll up to subpart E, the definition in E?
If your child has used Roblox, you might be owed significant compensation from a lawsuit currently underway. Find out if you qualify. While marketed as safe for children, Roblox has allegedly become what investigators call a hunting ground for predators, targeting kids as young as 8. Parents across the country are shocked to discover that despite safety promises, their children were exposed to grooming, inappropriate content, and adult predators using the platform's chat features. The Washington Post, NBC News, and Bloomberg have all reported on this growing crisis. Multiple lawsuits have been filed claiming Roblox failed to implement proper safeguards.
Okay, I'm going to note your objection for the record. And I did modify the charge in part, but I'm going to leave it as is. I know, it's fine. Okay. Any other charges that we need to call to attention? Okay. All right, and who's going to be closing on behalf of the state? Are you splitting that?
Yes, Your Honor, I'm gonna open close, and Ms. Young is gonna close.
Okay, and Ms. Broderick, okay. As soon as we have Ms. Broderick, you can bring the jury in. Thank you.
Mine. Thank you. I didn't know.
Okay, once again, I'll remind the audience, closing arguments can be dramatic and emotional. It's very important not to have any audible or visible reactions in front of the jury. And if you find that you're getting upset and need to leave, it's fine to stand up and walk out. Okay, we're ready.
I know this is the only time I need positive. I find this is the only time in my life I need positive reinforcement. Positive. No. I mean, I'll be doing that. Addict. I'll be like you. I've seen you close a few times.
And please, everyone, if you have your device, please make sure it's silenced.
Is it showing? Okay.
It is.
My God, it might work. Oh, okay.
And is your screen fixed today?
It is.
Okay.
But for now.
I thought we only had haunted screens in my courtroom. I didn't know they were down here too. Screen, yeah, in my courtroom, it's microphones.
All right, to the jury. All right, jury, that kind of board.
Good morning, members of the jury. All the evidence is closed, and we're now getting ready to hear closing arguments of the parties. I'm going to remind you again that statements made by attorneys are not evidence, and you'll rely on your memories as to what the evidence is. There are going to be 3 arguments. The state is going to open, then the defense will have an opportunity, and the state will get to argue again because they have the burden of proof. If at any point between the arguments you need a break, you can just let me know. I'll check in with you again because the arguments can be long. And we're planning to provide lunch for you today to try to keep things moving. Okay.
The trusty old technology, Lord. I want to start with talking about what this case is not about. This case is not about the actions of Charmaine Turner on July 4th, 2020. Not about money. This case is not about the decisions that Omar Ivory was forced to make. It's not about the man behind the wheel. And ladies and gentlemen, this case is not about 2 + 2, 4 + 4. It's not about that. It is not about the mother, the man behind the wheel, or math. Ladies and gentlemen, this case is about the intentional and deliberate and conscious decisions that this defendant made as he wielded his AR-15 on a public road in your county, ladies and gentlemen, on July 4th of 2020. That's what this case is about. That's why we're here. We are here because of what he did on July 4th, 2020. What he did to an 8-year-old little girl. What he did to 8-year-old Sercoriea. The day that he ended her short 8 years of life. What we did learn during the course of this trial, we learned that Sercoriea loved to dance. We learned that Sercoriea loved to read. We learned that Sercoriea loved to learn. And she had already made a decision she wanted to go to spelling. We learned all of those things from her mother as she sat before each and every one of you and told her about the worst, the absolute worst moments of her life. She told you and sat here and explained in great detail every parent's worst nightmare. The most unnatural thing in life. She sat before each and every one of you and explained to you all the facts and the circumstances that she experienced in that absolutely terrible moment in her life as she sat before each and every one of you last week.
The new year models are here.
Last year's have got to go.
And out they go with thousands in savings. It's our model year-end upgrade event at Rick Case Hyundai. Over 700 new 25 Hyundais priced to move now from just $149 a month. Upgrade now and make no payments till next year, or get 0% up to 4 years. But don't wait. When these 25 models are gone, they're gone.
Rick Case is the place.
Save thousands now during our model year-end upgrade event at both Rick Case Hyundai locations in Roswell and Duluth.
When the Charmaine was testified, she talked to you about how much Sercoriea loved her brothers, how much she loved playing with her cousins. And she said something while she was testifying that caught my attention that I'll never forget. She said she just loved to love. She just loved to love. And this defendant on July 4th took that love away from this world. Took that love away from Charmaine. But as she testified, she talked to you about the last moments of Sercoria's life. And I hadn't caught it. I hadn't heard it until she sat before all of us and explained to each and every one of us what she tells, what she remembered, and what happened in that car on July 4th of 2020. But when she was testifying, when she was talking to each and every one of you about the last moments of little Sercoria's life, she said she didn't talk. She just looked into her mother's eyes. She just caught her eyes and gazed into her mother's eyes. In the last moments of her life, Charmaine was describing Sercoriea still trying to provide that love, that comfort to her mother. And this defendant on July 4th of 2020 shut that light off. Made it so the joy that Sercoria's family felt every single moment that they were around her was gone. But Charmaine made very clear that Sercoria's memory will live on, that they created a scholarship at Spelman in her name, and that he may have taken her from this world, but he can't take her memory. Her light will always shine on the things that were most important to her. And that was clear from the testimony of Charmaine. That was her family. Now, I want to talk to you over the next 25, 30 minutes about some of the law that the judge is going to explain to you at the end of the trial. And the law that you're going to apply to all the facts and all the evidence that you've heard this week, and feels like more than a week ago. I can at least say it for me. But I want to start with talking to you about your duty, a juror's duty. And your duty is just plain and simple. Be a fair, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. You're not to seek doubt. You're here to weigh the facts and weigh the evidence and make a decision. It's kind of what we talked to you when we started the process. It's exactly what we did. We asked you questions, you gave us answers. We asked you some more prying questions, and you gave us answers. And that's how we were able to determine that you, ladies and gentlemen, were the right people for this job. That you could listen to all the facts, that you could listen to all the evidence, and be fair and impartial, and seek the truth of what happened on July 4th of 2020, when Sercoriea Chern was killed. Now, again, it's to seek the truth, you're to follow the law that the judge is going to give to you, and you're to deliberate. And we say that, the deliberate part, I know it sounds incredibly obvious, but there have been times in the past where jurors forget that they're supposed to deliberate, and one or two may decide that they don't want to partake in the proceedings. So we just tell you that so you're aware that that does happen, and I don't think it will, but if it ever does, that's something you just bring to the court's attention, and it'll be addressed. You just seek the truth according to the evidence. You are to determine the facts of the case based on what was presented to you over the course of the last 2 weeks. All of the evidence in the form of photographs, videos, testimony that you heard from the witnesses here at this witness stand and up in the courtroom, it sounds like the bigger jury room, that first day that we started a trial. Now, what you're not to consider, you're not to consider passion. You're not to consider public opinion. Whether you are unhappy or like the performance of the police here or in your past. Public feeling and sentiment as it relates to social issues that we've heard a little bit about over the last 2 weeks. Sympathy for the defendant, sympathy for the Sercoriea family. Whether you disagree with the law, conjecture, you are not to consider penalty or punishment. That's for the judge. And any prejudice you may have, you leave that outside of the deliberation room. And what you are to consider and what you are to use as tools to apply to the evidence and the facts and the testimony that you heard is obviously the law, the testimony of all the witnesses that you heard and your recollection and reviewing your notes, admitted evidence that you will receive at the end of this trial, the elements of the crime, which you'll learn about here shortly from the parties and from the judge, expert witness testimony, physical evidence, and as we all talked about on Monday, 2 weeks ago, your common sense and your life experience. You use all of that when you are cycling through and remembering and looking through your notes about the facts and the evidence and the testimony that's come out over the course of this trial. Now, you heard a little bit about this at the beginning of the trial, about whether you can hold the state to its burden of proof. And that burden of proof, it rests with the state, it never leaves the table. The burden of proof is always with this side. The burden is for the state to prove beyond a reasonable doubt each and every material allegation, each and every element of every crime in the indictment that you painstakingly heard me read the first day we started the trial. Now, the judge is going to talk to you about each and every defendant. This defendant, when we started this trial, had a presumption of innocence. Every defendant who exercises his constitutional right to a trial has this presumption of innocence. I like to kind of compare it to a cloak or a jacket. So he walked in on the day we started trial with a suit coat on, presumption of innocence, and as the facts and the testimony unfolded, as witnesses testified, as the video from every angle was shown to Detective Shepard, it started getting warmer in this room, and it was pretty warm throughout this trial. But as the evidence and the facts and the testimony continued to come out, that cloak came off. That cloak of innocence went goodbye. Because the state proved, when we rested beyond a reasonable doubt, that this defendant is guilty of each and every count in this indictment. Now, you're going to hear a lot about reasonable doubt, what it means, and a bunch of lawyer jargon. We lawyers tend to use words that should be easy to understand, then we take them and garble them and make them pretty complicated. So reasonable doubt means just what it says, reasonable. It's based on your common sense, your reason, your life experience. It doesn't mean an arbitrary or vague doubt. It's a doubt in which you can give a reason. It's a doubt in which is reasonable. Now, the state's not required to prove the guilt of the defendant beyond all doubt, beyond a mathematical certainty. There's no equation involved, because the only equation that's involved in this trial, any way that you put it, if you do 2 + 2, 4 + 4, whatever it may be, they all equal -1. They all equal -1. Because no matter how you look at it, how you put the facts and the circumstances together, Sercoria's gone. She's not coming back. That's the equation that's important in this trial. Reasonable doubt is the doubt of a fair-minded, impartial juror, honestly seeking the truth. Again, you're not to seek doubt. What does that mean? Apply your life experiences, apply your common sense to what you heard over the last 2 weeks, and that's how you come to your decision. That's what you do back in the deliberation room. The only difference is once the trial ends, Once the judge finishes the charge, you guys are in the driver's seat. You don't have to wait on us. There's no breaks because of any conversations that the attorneys have to have, or any sidebars with the judge. You guys are in control, and you guys get to apply all of your life experiences to everything you've heard over the course of this trial. The judge is going to talk to you about different types of evidence, but there's direct and circumstantial evidence. And she's going to explain to you what each one of those is. It's fairly obvious. Direct evidence is evidence that points immediately to a question at issue. So it's evidence that's tangible. It's photographs. It's the videos. It's documents. It's testimony that you heard come from witnesses as to what they saw, what they heard, what they remembered seeing and hearing on July 4th, 2020. She's also going to talk to you about circumstantial evidence, but as it relates to direct evidence, again, not the 911 calls that you heard, things of that nature. What Omar and Ms. Charmaine recalled, how they were able to remember and talk to you about the 911 call that was made that night, and the people they remember seeing surrounding them as they passed the barricades. Circumstantial evidence is proof of facts or circumstances by direct evidence, which you infer other related or connected facts that are reasonable and justified, again, in light of your life experience. Now, I like to provide an example I think we all have experienced in life, an everyday experience. So when I'm one of 4 children, I have a twin sister, I have a brother who is 16 months younger than me, and then I had a brother who was 6 years younger than me. So my mom had her hands full throughout the years that she was raising us. Now, before my youngest brother was born, it was almost as if my sister, my brother, and myself were triplets, because we were very close in age, and we were pretty wild. So we injured ourselves quite often. And so we were either in the ER, doctor's office, whatever it may be, with a broken arm, busted leg, busted lip, something that needed to be patched up. Now, if you use what we just talked about, direct and circumstantial evidence, circumstantially, you don't know anything about the facts and circumstances. You see my mom bringing all 3 of her children to the hospital or to the doctors injured. And you may draw some inferences based on what you just see, not knowing any of the context or the details. Now, what's interesting is as the doctors would speak to each one of us children, as they would treat each one of our injuries, what they were able to see directly from speaking to us, the injured parties, and my mom, who unfortunately for her was an eyewitness to most of our injuries, was that we were crazy 3 kids who couldn't sit still and liked to have fun. And so that's how I like to explain direct and circumstantial evidence and how you apply it and use it. And what the doctors would say beyond a reasonable doubt after we leave, after each visit.
Through Rula, it's easier to connect with a therapist who specializes in you. Tell us
that we'd be back, and that my mom had the patience of saying. So that's how you use your life experiences to use direct evidence and circumstantial evidence to come to a conclusion. Like exactly what you're going to have to do when you're looking at the facts and the testimony of this case. The judge is also going to tell you that the testimony of a single witness, if believed, is sufficient to establish a fact. Generally, there's no legal requirement of corroboration of a witness, provided you find the evidence to be sufficient. Here's a great example of this. You heard from Mr. Christopher McCord. He testified about his experiences in the community, how long he lived in that area near Pryor and University, and his experience on July 4th when he approached the barricade, and what he remembered, and how he remembered that 2 people specifically, one had a shotgun, another had a long rifle, and pointed it in his face to him and his wife as they attempted to pass through. Now they were able to turn around after Mr. McCord had an exchange of words with who he later identified as the defendant, Detective Shepard, when he told Detective Shepard that the individual he saw on the news conference was the person who pointed that AR-style rifle at his face when he first encountered the barricades. And Mr. McCord's testimony, Mr. McCord's recollection is further corroborated by the video evidence that you saw painstakingly over and over and over again over the course of this trial. You see this defendant in his very distinctive clothes with his AR-style rifle doing some sort of, looked like military move, pointing a weapon in the direction of both Mr. and Mrs. McCord, looking as if he's about to engage their vehicle with his AR-15. You are also going to hear about how you're to judge the credibility of witnesses like Mr. McCord, how you're to judge the credibility of Detective Shepard, and how Detective Shepard explained to you the process in which he took and how he worked backwards after he got all of the video tracking the defendant because of his distinctive clothing in each one of the videos and each one of the angles in order to place him exactly where he told you and where this defendant is at the time that the Jeep Sercoriea is traveling and passes the barricade, at the time that Sercoriea is shot in the back. The judge is also going to talk to you about statements that you heard previously. It's not a secret. This case is not a case that occurred yesterday. It's a case that occurred in July of 2020. As your common sense will tell you, memories fade. That's why things are recorded and things of that nature. That's why you heard about reports and prior statements that were made and talked about during the testimony of this case. Now, the judge is also going to talk to you about identification. And identity is a question of fact for you, ladies and gentlemen, to determine. Your determination of identity is dependent upon the credibility of witnesses or witnesses offered for this purpose. You should consider all the factors previously charged about credibility, which you'll hear about again from the judge at the end of the trial, and the factors you would apply, and the ones we just talked about. And a great way to kind of boil this down is the books when we were kids, the Where's Waldo book. And, you know, at first, you flip through each page, you look for wherever Waldo was, but once you found him, you never couldn't find him again. That's exactly what we have here. And that's exactly what Detective Shepard explained to you. And that's exactly what you saw as it relates to this defendant's distinctive clothing. And once you know where he is, what he's by, and when he's at the barricade, you can then use those contextual clues that you've learned from your previous experience of seeing where this defendant is, what he's wearing, and how he looks. And then you never lose him. And that's exactly what Detective Shepard described. And this is exactly who Detective Shepard first saw in the Martyr video. In photographs during the day prior to being seen in the Martyr video, in the exact same clothing, with the exact same satchel, the exact same gun, same photos, photo. The defendant's photo from his license, and the defendant on the day that he did his press conference, and provided you the statements that he did along with his counsel that referenced his recollection based on not knowing what was eventually found on the video. That statement was made by this defendant and his counsel before he knew there was more than bolo photos from a Martyr video, before he knew that Detective Shepard had been able to pull video footage from the all-package liquor store, that he was able to pull footage from the BP gas station, and that he was able to pull footage from the 2 cameras at the warehouse, and that he was able to track the defendant's every move as that car approached the barricade. So when he did this press conference, the distinctive outfit was nothing to him. It was just a gang advertisement for the pirate gangs. He didn't know that Detective Shepard was able to track that red shirt with his distinctive red lettering in each one of the cameras that he described to you. Now, I want to talk to you about parties to a crime. And we referenced aspects or parts of this during voir dire or jury selection. We're going to talk to you about this. And the judge is going to tell you that every party to a crime may be charged with and convicted of the commission of the crime. A person is a party to a crime only if that person directly commits the crime, intentionally helps the commission of the crime, intentionally advises, encourages, hires, counsels, or procures another to commit the crime. The judge is also going to tell you about, and you heard when we read the indictment, about Julian McKinney. And the reason this slide is up here, and the reason this chart is given to you, is that you're not to consider Mr. McKinney and his case and what's going on with it. You're just to consider the evidence that you heard and his role that he played and how he worked in conjunction with this defendant. That's what's important to your analysis, ladies and gentlemen. That's what is important as you view and go through the evidence and remember the testimony. It's the role that Mr. McKinney played and how he worked with this defendant. You're not to consider or worry about what's going on with this case, because his case is for another day and for another jury.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Now, you also heard from Detective Shepard about parties to a crime. He gave you an example involving a bank robbery. And I'm sure each one of you remember the example he gave and how he gave it, and the importance it plays in providing an example as to basically the actions of one are the actions of all as you work together. The way I like to think about it, describe kind of a team sports example. My brother played football at Wake Forest back when the one season that they were pretty good. They'd gone to the Orange Bowl, and I went to every one of his games. It was a great experience to watch somebody who you care about succeed on such a high level. And why it's something that I am able to utilize when I'm talking to people like you, ladies and gentlemen, is because in a sport like football, it's every player has a role. You've got the quarterback, you've got the defense, the offense, things of that nature. And no matter if the quarterback throws an 80-yard pass and a touchdown occurs, 7 points go on the board. It's not 7 points for the quarterback. It's not 7 points for the person who caught it. It's 7 points for the team. Here it was the Demon Deacons. So everyone has to play a role in order for the end goal to occur. And when the end goal occurs or a failure occurs, the entire team accepts the goal or gets to succeed and celebrate or not, but together. It's not just the quarterback getting the 7 points or the running back getting the 7 points. It's the whole team, or it's the whole team losing. So everyone plays a role in order to get to the end process, in order to get to the win, or in order to incur the loss. The judge is also going to talk to you about conspiracy, and it's very much kind of like parties to a crime. Conspiracy means an agreement between at least two people to commit an unlawful act. That agreement does not have to be something where you shake hands and a verbal of nature. It can be shown through conduct and presence of the parties involved. The presence, companionship, and conduct before and after the commission of the alleged offense may be considered in your determining whether circumstances arise to the point where you think a conspiracy exists. And what does that mean? It basically just means that the things that you do before, during, and after, the actions that people see, the fact that this defendant and the members of his gang and friends showed up to the barricades, worked in tandem as a team to prevent citizens like you, ladies and gentlemen, from traveling down University and Pryor. And at times when people didn't submit to that authority, when people asserted their own independence on July 4th, they were met with threats and they were met with violence, and Sercoriea was met with the ultimate violence. She paid the ultimate price for the lack of submission to their authority. Like I said, the agreement may be expressed, meaning it can be written, things of that nature, but it also can be an unspoken understanding. It can be a group of people, as we heard yesterday, at times, all showed up for the same cause, all did similar, the same actions in the sense that they didn't have an agreement where they wrote down on a piece of paper they were going to not let people pass through the barricade. But the unspoken understanding was the fact that
Get it right for Sercoriea. 8 years she got to live. Let's get this right for Sercoriea. We need justice, not revenge. Game life will get you caught up. I guess it is what it is. Social media ain't you, twin. Everybody ain't your friend.
My mind just went. My mind just went demon time. I would probably want to go back and shoot that motherfucker up.
do you remember telling them you were going to take care of it, you were going to spray that area up?
I probably did.
What does that mean?
Shit, I would probably want to go back and shoot that motherfucker up.
And tell the jurors, why were you feeling that way in that moment?
Cause an 8-year-old little child got shot, and like I feel like we weren't getting no service that we need, so my mind just went demon time.
And can you tell the jurors, when your mind went that way, were you also feeling like you failed Sercoriea?
Yes.
Did you feel like you weren't able to protect her?
No, sir.
Did you feel responsible?
Yes.
Get it right for Sercoriea. 8 years she got to live. Let's get this right for Sercoriea. We need justice, not revenge. Game life will get you caught up. I guess it is what it is. Social media ain't you, twin. Everybody ain't your friend.
Real talk, what you gon' do when the pressure on?